Good morning, everybody. How are we? Oof, this is going to be annoying. Can everybody hear me okay? Um, so my screen's here, but I've also got my phone here on the side just to read chat. So if there is there's anything unclear, please type in the chat. Can I just get a show of who's here? Can you please just type in chat your name so I know you're here and then I can tick you off attendance. We'll just do a roll call and then we'll get started. Put on my ref gear. Is anyone on the Teams chat? No one is on the Teams chat. That's okay. Do we have people here? Do we have people here? 3 viewers? Oh, hello, Julianne. Hello, Kai. Jessica can't hear anything. Hmm. Interesting. Two viewers. Zip is not receiving enough information to maintain smooth. Interesting. Jenny, morning. That might be an issue, eh? No data. Might be a problem, Kai. Jenny, everyone's here. Okay. Thank you, Jenny. Um, all right, Jessica, can you hear me? I want to make sure everyone's okay. Okay, great. I want to make sure everyone's Hey, okay, great. I'm looking at myself on my phone, so um, that's why I'm looking down this way. Please excuse me if I do. I'm just reading chat or um, just fixing any technical issues. If there is any questions, feel free to type it in chat. I won't have the screen open, but I will have chat open somewhere. If there's too much lag, I might switch to Teams. Please let me know. Um, if there's anything that needs me to, if you need me to repeat anything, do also let me know as well. Um, because this course is for you guys and it's for me to teach you guys and help you guys out. So anything, let me know. Okay. Right. Oh God. How do I keep my phone charging and also look at chat at the same time? Very difficult. Okay. You know what? I might just. Oh, no. Okay. Great. Let's get started. All right. So, welcome. I hope everyone's doing okay. Lockdowns, New South Wales, all across Greater Sydney. So, um, it's actually a good opportunity to run this course online. Do apologize. I do prefer face to face, but um, we're just in an unfortunate set of times at the moment. So, um, I do appreciate your understanding doing this course online. Um, I'll try to make it as engaging as possible. Um, the only downside, as I mentioned in the email, is I'm trying out this YouTube platform. Um, hopefully, for the ease of yourself, you don't have to join like a Zoom meeting, a Teams call. I just want to make it a little bit, different to what typical workshops have been in the past. Um, but this only downside is that we lose this face-to-face interaction, or I lose the opportunity to know your faces because I haven't seen most of you guys, so I don't know how you guys look like. So um, if I do meet up with you guys, or if I do see you, please say hi to me at SVL, at any volleyball tournament or anything. If you guys do see me, say hi. Just introduce yourself. We'd love to know your faces and just match a name to a face. Um, but that's all of that. We're going to start. This course is going to go for approximately 4 hours. I do talk a lot. Um, so if there's any point in time that you need to go go for a toilet break, get some food, get some drinks, I strongly recommend you do that. Um, it's a long course. It's really hard to stay like attentive for the whole 4 hours. So do whatever you need to do. I understand. I've been there. So if there's anything you need me to refresh you on, please just chuck it in chat. I'll be able to see it. And I guess, yeah, we'll get started. So I guess I want to introduce myself a little bit first. So for those who don't know me or haven't seen me around SVL, um, I'm a referee. Um, I started off as a player in 2012. So that was when I was in high school. And then after a year of playing, I started refereeing because I was like, oh, I'm playing SVL. They need referees. Why don't I become a referee? My first motivations of refereeing was more like I want to earn money. I want to earn money on the side. So that's why I got into it, and I've been refereeing since then. So it's been almost 8 years. It's very exciting. It's just I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot knowing, seeing different people, jumping up on the stand. Um, I've also done Invictus Games in 2018, so that was a really good experience. One of my first, I guess, international tournaments. So I didn't get to referee as a first or second referee. I was just alliance, but it was very interesting to see what a proper tournament looks like. Um, yes, so I got my level three in 2018 as well. Yes, no, 2017. That was through AJVC. If you guys are interested in going to that tournament, it's a really good experience. It's a national tournament. You get to work with referees across Australia, across the whole of Australia. Basically, oh, there's no AJVC anymore. Sorry, I take that back. It's called the Youth AYVC now, I think. Yeah, Australian Youth Volleyball Championships. Um, yeah, it's a very fun experience. I strongly recommend you do that. It's very eye opening. You go beyond what typically SVL brings you. Is what I can recommend. It's a really fun experience. But in short, I've been refereeing for a while. Um, I jumped onto the board in 2019 um, as a course kind of managing person managing the courses. So and I've been doing that ever since. Really love it. I really like the education aspect of volleyball, I guess, of refereeing. I've been a coach as well, but just a bit coaching takes a little bit more of my time, and for the last few years, I just haven't been able to do that because uni, work, family, all of that stuff, just building on. Um, but yeah, I really love the aspect of educating referees, new ones, experienced ones. Good to have a good discussion with them about the rules. Um, yeah, so I love teaching. If there's anything I can help you on, let me know. I'm all for that. Um, so yeah, let's get into it. So this is, I guess, the framework of the different levels of volleyball. A little bit of low quality there. Yeah, this is the framework of volleyball refereeing. So there's levels one, two, candidate, two, three, four. Once it goes above two, three, four splits into indoor and beach. So depending on what type you want to focus on, you could be so. For example, I'm a level three indoor referee, but I'm a level two beach volleyball referee. If I want to pursue in my level three in beach, I can do that, but then I'll be known as different different statuses of refereeing. I guess where you guys sit now is this area in level one. Level one. So you would have done the sorry, yeah, you would have done the level one referee course on Vortex already. You would have done these online modules. And today, what we're doing through now is the level two refereeing course. So after you attended this course, basically you'll be a level two candidate in beach and indoor volleyball. How you get to the next level is through doing these experience and assessments. So what these are is three first referees, three first referee games, three second referee games, two scoring games, and two line judge logged. So I'll show you where to find this form. You don't have to create your own, luckily. So what you need to do is just fill in that form, get someone to sign it off essentially, and then and then um, and then that's your experience logged. Then you'll need one game assessment. It's a full game assessment. So basically, a chief referee um, will sit down, watch your entire game, and give you and mark you based on these criterias. I'll go into that a little bit later. But if you meet all these criterias, they mark your assessment as competent, and you're off with that. Once you get one competent assessment for your first referee, one competent assessment for your second referee, then you can go and apply to become a second level two referee. So I guess before I showed you this, I guess I wanted to um, I wanted to understand why you guys are doing this course today. So um, because we like this bit of interaction, can I get everyone just type in chat just so that we can share around ideas? You can be honest. You don't have to be honest if you don't want to. Um, why you want to become a referee? Why did you do this course? Did your club force you? Did did you force yourself? Did you are you doing it because you want to do more in volleyball? Do you want to earn some more money from doing volleyball refereeing? I'll love to know. I'd love to know. So I can steer this course according to I guess what people are here for. So if you guys can chuck in chat, um, Carla, yes, yes, this will be watchable later. Um, but I would strongly recommend you stay here for the entirety of it. So you can come back and watch this again. I'll make this available to you guys. So feel free to feel free to come back if you need to. Okay. All right, Jenny. SVL coach at AYVC. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. I fingers crossed. I hope that's still going on. Um, yes. Jessica to learn about volley and for SVL. Great, great. Kai, learning for SVO and AYVC. Very good, very good. Julianne, to better understand and appreciate the rules of of volleyball, I'm a player, so it would be extremely useful. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And like for me personally, another motivation for becoming a referee was basically learning the rules. Um, so I can. This is really bad of me. So I want you guys to take this with a grain of salt. Which is for me to know the rules and to so the nice way would be to ensure the games that I play were refereed at a level where the rules were correctly applied applied. So um, yes, so not to say anything in a bad way, but um, yeah, so I know the rules so I can play at a particular level where I know it's going to be caught correctly. Okay. Carla, did you have a motivation in refereeing you would like to share? That's okay. We'll come back to Carla. Um, so I guess after level two, there's a lot of because we had to this year. Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's true. We want to ensure from a referees association point of view, we want to ensure that um, that players who do help with duty, they know the rules, um, and they know how to apply the rules correctly in a fair manner to everyone, regardless of club, gender, age, whatever. But yeah, after level two, there's level three, level four. I'm definitely at a stagnant position at the moment with level three, but I do want to achieve my level four and potentially international. But that's I'm I still have a lot of time to think about that, but that is on my mind. So I believe there's a big step for me to do that, but I think um, you know for me to do this course, for me to do more refereeing, it's really helpful. So yeah, that's with me. But I appreciate everybody for sharing their motivation with refereeing. We're just going to go into a little bit of like an overview, like not into the refereeing stuff firstly, but just an overview aspect of refereeing. Um, but the objectives of this course is knowing how to prepare, administer, and I guess post game preparation. So for preparing for a game, you want to check you want to check your courts, assess all the risks, report it. You want to get there on time, properly dressed. You want to be able to communicate effectively. So that's to your captains, to your coaches, uh, to the event officials. You depending on what your role is. Typically at SVL, you're the first referee. You basically manage your court. Everyone in your court, you try to manage to the best of your extent. I say manage and not control because control is a very, very strong word. And we don't want to be controlling people. We want to be managing, working with people. So that's preparing for a game. During the game, what you want to do is you want to apply the rules, regulations, processes of the competition. So depending on different competitions, you might have different rules, regulations. You want to provide a safe competition environment. So if you see a ball rolling onto the court, you want to stop the game immediately. You don't want to let the game play on. You want to utilize appropriate interpersonal communication skills when officiating. Again, communication skills are very important. You want to resolve disputes between athletes, coaches, and officials. You want to adopt a style of officiating to reflect the level of competition. Typo. Apologies. And then your post game. What do you want to do in your post game? So I guess reflecting on your game. This can be done through a chief referee, getting feedback, how you take really up to you in terms of how you want to develop. You want to develop better with as a referee, as a player, as a coach. You know, it's these skills you learn as a referee doesn't just carry through with refereeing. It's also like a life skill, I'd say. I've definitely learned a lot. I've definitely learned to be more confident being on the stand. So it's and communicating, I guess. It's everyone's slightly different. You can say different things to different people and has different effects. Um, Same with receiving feedback. I guess it's very dependent on how you perceive it and how you take it, how you absorb it. If you do want to absorb it, some things you might you might hear it and it sounds really good, helpful, but then there's other stuff where it might not be. So how you look at it, up to you. Um, if you need to speak to someone else about it, please do that. That's also fine as well. You want to also demonstrate values and ethical behaviours expected of Volleyball Australia officials. Very, very self-explanatory. Okay, so now I want you guys to. So that was the overview, objectives of the course. Now I want you guys just to have a quick think about the times or the times that you wish you had done refereeing. What makes you uncomfortable about that? Does anything make you uncomfortable, unease? Is it standing up on the stand? Is it talking to the players? Is it talking to the coach? I want you guys to type out some ideas in the chat now. In the meantime, I'll just quickly check the teams if anyone's joined that, but I don't think anyone has. So I guess that's the beauty of it. So I want you guys to type in chat any ideas or anything that makes you uncomfortable about refereeing, and we'll just quickly go through it. So I guess I'll start off first while you guys are typing. I'll start off first. So when I first started, if you guys know who Nam is, he used to be a coach in the club UTS. I'm sure Jenny would know. Um, yeah, my first game, I ref the juniors under 15s. Back in SVL, there was under 15s. I refed an under 15s game and I called a positional fault. So basically, that's players out of position at the moment of service. I called a positional fault, and Nam was coaching on that team where I called the positional fault, and he was like, "No, no, no, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right." And then he protested. So my very first game refereeing, I got called on for a protest. So um, that's actually scarred me a little bit in the 8 years that I've refed. I still mention this to him when I do see him. But basically, my biggest fear is making the wrong call, and then having everybody just jump up at you and just yell. So that's one of my biggest fears, and that makes me uncomfortable. So that's why over the years I've actually I've sat down numerous times rereading through the rule book, just so that I don't make these wrong calls. Um, so it was actually um, so yeah. Just looking at what you guys um, fear not understand sorry not comfortable with. So no problems, Jenny. No problems with the refereeing. Love first and second refereeing, but hate doing lines. Fine, I watch the game rather than the ball. Okay, yes. So lines. So good. Yeah, first refereeing, no problems. Love that. Hate doing lines. yeah, it's hard. You know, as a player, as a referee, as a coach, you know, you're more engaged into the action of volleyball rather than um, doing what you need to do. But I guess what you can change your mindset to do is um, so there's different perspectives of refereeing and what you guys need to look at. So first referee, second referee, you want to look at depending on where the ball is. You know, you don't want to look at the ball too much. You want to look at the things around the ball. So like the players, the net, the foot penetrations, all of that. But for line refereeing, so lines, you want to be looking at I guess the ball, but I guess the closest thing to the ball, like the contacts. But then once the ball is away from people, you need to be sharp on the lines. So I guess knowing how to um, go around that and change your mindset as soon as the action is away from the players, it's very important. Um, Julianne going up onto the stand, yeah, yeah, um, yeah. That's it's scary, especially if I I've actually been more scared jumping onto the stand nowadays because I'm more scared of players running into me and you know because I'm elevated. What if I fall? There's all these different things to look out for. So definitely. So what I can recommend, Julianne, hold on to your stand. Hold on. Sorry. I take that back. Don't hold on to your stand. Try for the first few times. Just make sure your feet are planted, well planted onto that stand. You standing on a very stable stand is also very important. We'll actually go through like there's a photo in this that shows a really unstable stand, but making sure you plant your feet and just putting all your energy, all your weight onto the legs and through that platform, um, and centering out your center of mass is very important. Um, and if it helps, um, stand up there, maybe for like try standing up there for like a couple minutes and repeat that just so that you're used to it is what I can recommend. Kai, UTS, they're pretty aggro. Yes, they're. I would say they're competitive. Um, so I've I've played for a lot of clubs, so I've seen the people there. I played for UTS, I played for SNV, I played for Dragons, I played for UCID. Um, yeah, I thought that's all the clubs I play for. Anyways, yeah, I've seen a lot of people. I wouldn't say they're aggro, like they're just competitive. Okay, it's really good to hear what you guys were uncomfortable with. Now, I guess a leading question to that is, yeah, Jenny's from UTS, but don't like just because people are from particular clubs, don't 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 criticize them. um, okay, now I want you guys to just tell me and type in chat again. What skills you believe make a good referee? Give you guys a couple seconds to think about that. Um, yeah, and then I'll take a quick drink break. Oh, I realize there's a lot of lag. I don't like that. Can I fix it? Maybe. I'll try. I'll try. Is it in this one? Stream setting? Nah, that's right. We'll just leave it. Communication, consistency, understand the rules, control the game, let the game flow. Very good. Very good. Yeah, let's knock through that. Plus confidence. Yes, Carla. Very good. Very good. I like that as well. Let's go through these really quickly. I think it's important to understand not just how to referee, but also um, what aspects of a referee of refereeing would I like to see with you guys. Obviously, these aspects don't won't come into refereeing straight away, but it's something to be aware of, and also just, I guess, be mindful of and help develop, because it's definitely helpful. And if you're thinking about it, you're more inclined to learn it, or to do, or to develop these skills. So first of all, Jenny, clear communication, very good. So how are you communicating? What your interpretation is to the captain. Um, Requests like, oh, with COVID, we need all the bags to be at the end of the courts for SVL. If you see these bags on the bench, how do you kindly ask the coach or the captain to help you with that? Consistency. So I guess I'm going to take this as consistency with the cause. So if the ball lands in, it's in. But I guess I think what Jenny's trying to allude to consistency is the ball handling consistency. So this is your double. This is your carries. So like these calls are what we call subjective calls. So they're up to the referee's interpretation. These calls, why the consistency is so hard to achieve sometimes from a personal experience, is because there's no right or wrong answer. Like, there is a right or wrong answer, but there's a lot of gray area. So that's where you become uncertain, and that becomes that transforms into inconsistency. So how to make sure um, consistency in interpretation? Ah, yes, yes, yes. So how do you make sure? How do you be consistent? Um, the easy way of saying this is have a bar, set a standard of how you want to call your doubles, how you want to call your carries. So carries is a little bit more obvious, but for doubles, it may or may not be harder. So depending on that level of volleyball, you might be a bit harsher on really professional play, like in premiers. But for like maybe another 16s or another 18s game, you might be a little less more tolerant with the level of the ball handling calls. So just make sure you set your bar, and if you've called one which is a bad, let's say a scale of 7, bad. Anything that's below a 7, bad, you need to call. Does that make sense? Did I give that example correct? Yes, yes. 1 to 10, one being good, one being bad, 10 being really good, really good. If you've called a a set, or a double contact of the ball which is of a 7, anything from 1 to 7, you'll need to call. You can't just suddenly drop, oh, it's a 6. Oh, so I won't call it. I'll leave it. And then obviously on the other side is, if it's an 8 and you've caught it, probably shouldn't have caught it. But again, these comes with experience, and just seeing more volleyball, seeing, oh, that's a bad call, or that's a second, or sorry, that's a double. Um, Understanding the rules, great. The rule book's there for a reason. Have a read of it. Controlling the game, so if players get out of control, so players start yelling at you for making a bad call. Coach goes off at the other coach for doing something coaches do. Um, so how you manage that is probably with sanctions, or you can have a chat. How you control the game, you know, comes with experience. Everything's about experience. Seeing it. If you've done something, great. If you haven't done something, you know, look at the implications of that. Letting the game flow. That's another good one. That's actually a really good one. That resonates with me really strongly. You don't want to suddenly call something if it's a very, very minor mistake. So like what I call it, the slightest double touch or the slightest double contact. Um, you know, it's the, the slightest out of position fault. I got caught out for that one. Yeah, just looking back at it, it's it's something that, you could be absolutely right in calling it, but it just doesn't. It might not actually help with the game. So like I called it set point. I called it set point, and then the team who I called it on, they lost the game because I called that set point. Having that confident aspect. So strongly recommend you guys having a read of the rules. But we'll go through most of it today. So it's only those minor ones where you might not be confident in calling, but these ones which we go through today, I can guarantee you guys will be very on top of that. Preventing conflict. Oh, Kai, this is what probably one of the hardest ones, because uh, it's extremely difficult to please everybody, right? You're gonna have some calls where you might call really bad on, and then one of the teams might not be happy with. So I guess a way to prevent conflict is, I guess, what Jenny said about being consistent. Making sure your calls are consistent or your interpretations are consistent. That way, you seem to be you're perceived to be fair to both teams or both parties. Yeah, so that's that. I think if guys have covered all of it, yeah. Apart from what we said before about being early, um, yeah, I think we've gone through all of it. So let's not waste too much time on this. I think the later half is as important as touching on these few aspects. So um, I guess the holistic view of a referee. So as I touched on before, you want to be fair to all participants, but you also want to be viewed as fair by the participants or the spectators. So how you do that is going back to being consistent with your cause. I guess also being accurate with your judgment as well. It's you might miss something, and then the captain or the captain might come up to you and just question why you didn't call that. It's hard, so it's always important to be attentive while you're up on the stand, so you don't miss these kind of things. You want to understand the rules as well. It's 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 very difficult if you don't know the rules and you're up on the stand and you're making a call and you're trying to explain to the captain why you made this call. So understand the rules, and make sure you've got an interpretation based on the rules. Be an efficient organizer. Being on time. Know how to manage the people helping you out on the court. So your line referees, your second referee, your scorers. Allow the game to flow. I swear Jenny's read these slides. Must have. She must have. She must have. That's why she's got all of these points in her comment already. And also promote the game by allowing spectacular play. So what's spectacular play? So you might have heard this before, or this term called keep the ball flying. And what this means is basically going back to the notion where minor faults don't call, but I guess more more broadly, it's used to describe situations where a player, um, for example, they've gone to chase the ball and they come back and they chase another ball, and then they come back onto the court and then they do the slightest double. They do the slightest carry. You want to let that go because you want to promote the game to go on. You want to promote that flow. But secondly, you want to reward or kind of slightly um, reward that player, or sorry, not the best way to phrase it, but basically any difficult situations where sorry, let's start again. Let's start again. Oh God, my mic. Sorry, guys. So basically situations where if you don't need to stop the play, don't stop the play. Any minor faults, try not to call it unless it's interrupting the play, or it's sorry. If it's a fault, it's a fault. But any very 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 minor, very, very minor. The slightest double, the slightest carry, the slightest, oh, what is it? The slightest positional fault, let it go. Keep the ball flying. Um, and again, these minor, very, very, very minor, contributes to this spectacular play. Let the players play, and that's it. Sorry, this might be very confusing, but does everyone get what I mean? Does everyone understand what I'm trying to say here? If there's any questions, please leave me a chat message and I will explain again. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going if no one has any questions. But idea is be fair, be consistent, allow the game to play. Don't police the game, but just help facilitate, promote the game. Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. So I guess VA's developed, a more holistic approach to incorporating everyone, or all different personnels in the sport of volleyball together, and they've developed this model called CARE, CARE. So you just got coaches, athletes, referees, environment, and then I guess each role serves slightly differently, and you know they got to be creative with their acronyms, and I think this is a very, very smart or very innovative way to bring out this idea of volleyball. You know, um, we're looking at the referee section. You could be a coach, you could be an athlete, um, and then the environment obviously is the management or the team, the competition environment. So as a referee, we want to be able to communicate. So I stressed this earlier again and again. Being able to communicate clearly what you need, what your quest is. Oh, excuse me. Being able to communicate the rules, your interpretations to the captains, very important. You want to be adaptable. I guess this aspect we haven't actually touched on. So there's a lot of moving parts in the game of volleyball. So how you want to be adaptable is, for example, sometimes the teams they haven't written up the rotations yet. What do you need to do? You know, you need to be able to manage that really well. So like asking the captain, asking the coach, hey, we haven't received the rotations yet. Um, Being organized is I guess it's related to adaptability. Sometimes, um, you know, this is I guess this aspect is more for slightly less organized competitions or situations where you might not get the full support from the competition as much. So, like if you're refereeing outside of a proper tournament, how do you adapt to that situation and referee according to that competition? There could be a lot of change like, oh, we don't call doubles as much, or net touches are fine. Some different competitions might have different rules. Just be adaptable and just know how to switch on and off certain things for refereeing. Rules, knowing the rules important. I guess I'm not going to stress that again. It's there. Read it, know it, and I guess the E aspect is engage, empower, enjoy. Um, one of the things that I really, really agree on is enjoying. If you're not enjoying something, you might as well not do it. There's different motivations in doing things, but I think the strongest motivation is when something is of interest to you and when you enjoy it. When you enjoy it, time passes quicker for you, or um, you just do a bit better at it. So try to find you know, just a life tip from Laymond. If there's something that you don't, try to find the things you like to enjoy doing. You can see that you excel in it, or you do really well in it. And then the things that you don't enjoy doing, you might not do as well, or Yeah, so try to take things in life and enjoy it. There's nothing more than being stuck with it for 4 hours, 2 weeks, 4 months, whatever it is, and you're not enjoying it and you're just plowing through it, enjoying it. So you just you waste your time, um, and you waste that opportunity to properly learn it or enjoy it. So enjoying it is very important. Engaging empowerment, very self-explanatory. Okay. Um, So let's quickly get into the different roles of people in the game of volleyball. So there's the first referee, so they decide on any matters involving the game, including those not provided in the rules. Good first referee empowers the second referee and other officials in the team to carry out the duty. Uh, yeah, so they get to stand on the stand. They get to decide. They're basically they're basically the decider of whatever happens in this court. Um, yeah, and we got the second referee. They're second to the first referee, of course. Um, they don't get the luxury of standing up onto the stand, but they're more like the middleman or middle person. Why I say that is, you know, they help facilitate. They help to facilitate timeouts, substitutions. They help to facilitate, in between sets. Getting the rotations, working with the scorer. It's all the second referee's job. Um, the second referee links first referee to coaches, to the scorers. So this is actually my favorite role. I like to move a bit. I like to interact with people. So that's second referee. Scorers, very good. The picture on the left is an old uniform. So it is ours. It is the VA uniform, but it is pre 2016. Yes, pre 2016. 2015? Some time ago. Some time ago. Uh, excuse me. So post this workshop, I like to organize a scoring workshop with you guys. So um, especially for those who hasn't done a score sheet before, I think it's very important as a first referee to know how to do a score sheet on the basis because you're the person who signs it off at the end of the game as a first referee. So you need to be able to teach or educate your score. But as a scorer, you'll get an opportunity to become a scorer as well. As a scorer, your main responsibility is knowing the rules. And basically, if I was an external observer looking at this score sheet, I would be able to tell how many points a particular a particular player had served for. I would have been able to tell how many substitutions were taken in a particular set, how many timeouts were called, and at what particular point in time were they called. So this is the official document of the match. So that's why it's very important that that the scorer knows how to record things properly. Sometimes you might get an assistant scorer who their usual role is just to flip, but in a proper game, the assistant scorer is assistant to the scorer, obviously, but they help to track the service order. They help to track the liberos in and out. They help to manage the scoreboard, as they do, and they also time interruptions and intervals. So it's actually I did assistant scorer for an AVL game, and I've never done this libero track in and out thing before, and it was extremely hard to manage. So just because things we haven't done before, but it's a very interesting role. Scoring, I guess, is my second favorite position. I mean, I love all of them, but I obviously have my preferences. But yeah, scoring is very important. It's very important for you guys to know as well. Line judges, very good. I'll show you guys some line judges scores later. But line judges, they assist the first referee by signaling the fault. For example, ball in and out, foot faults on service, interference of the ball by an external object, and touches made by the block. For indoor, they usually stand on the court so depending on how many referees you've got, how many line referees you've got. Typically for SVL, you've got one on the right of the first referee, and you've got one on the right of the second referee. Opposite corners. For an international match, there's 4 referees. One referee at each corner. This referee Giuseppe. This game was actually a VNL game, so that's why he was standing at the back side of the court. For beach, the line referees also helps to adjust the lines and also to help the players wipe off the sunglasses if they do need to. All right, so now for the players. The team captain pre-game, they attend the coin toss. They sign the score sheet to confirm the team list. During the game, they can ask the first referee for an explanation or the application or interpretation of the rules. So I want to stress that again. The team captain can ask the first referee for an explanation on the application or interpretation of the rules. They can't ask for an interpretation. They can't ask for an interpretation of a double touch. Sorry. Yes, they can't ask for an interpretation of a double touch. I mean, they can, but the first referee would just be like, I saw 2 contacts of the ball. Yeah. They can call timeouts in beach before indoor. If the coach isn't here, then they can authorize timeouts and subs. There's no subs in beach because there's only 2 players, so there's no point in calling subs. And then post game, thank the referees, signs the score sheet to ratify the results. So this is team captain. Now, there's another name called game captain. Only the game captain may talk to the referees, and any requests must be made through them. So, team, game. Team captain is the person who does the toss. If the team captain is off the court, then they must delegate a game captain. So obviously, if the team captain is on the court, they're the game captain as well. But if the team captain is off the court, like let's say they've been substituted or they're a middle. I don't know why people like choosing middles as team captains, but it's a pain in the ass for referees. But they must delegate a game captain. If you notice the team captain's off the court and there's no game captain, you must ask, "Hey, who's the game captain?" You can do a very easy you can do a very simple gesture like so, like so. Bar. This is acting as the bar, and you can just tell the person, put up your hand if you're captain. Not asking them, but you can ask the coach. This is captain, and then put up their hand if they're captain. Very simple. All right. So a libero cannot be team or game captain probably till the end of this year, until they revise the rules. There's been potential revisions that the libero can be a team or game captain. I'm not sure personally how that's going to help, but there's a reason, and there's always a reason for why. There's always a reason why the rules have changed. So yes, keep that in mind. Game captain, team captain, the 2 different roles. They can be 2 different roles. Okay. The coach. The coach is responsible for starting lineups and is the only person who can request timeouts for the second referee. The coach may give instructions to the players on the court. So the coach may stand or walk within the free zone in front of the team's bench from the extension of the attack line to the warm-up area without disturbing or delaying the match. We've got a coach here. The libero is on more than a middle. That is true. It is. They are true. It is very true. Thank you, Jenny. Okay. So, yes. So the coach, if they need to talk to the first referee, it must go through the captain. Easy as that. They can't walk into the vicinity of the second referee. This is what this vicinity means is the extension of the attack line from either side, from both sides. That's the second referee's, or it's more like the substitution zone as well. This is the substitution and the second referee's area. The coach can't step into that. If they do step into that, the second referee needs to like shoo them away. They need to shoo them away. If this is repetitive, then the first referee should be able to see this, and the first referee needs to offer some sort of warning or some sort of sanction to the coach. You know, if this is deliberate. All right, now what do you need? What do you need? What equipment do you need as a referee? So basic. So first of all, you want a whistle. Um, I'll be providing that to you. You need yellow and red cards. Yellow and red cards. You don't have to go buy these. You can make them yourself if you like. But it's just a bit handy if you've got a set um, properly done. I think it's worth the money. Um, my girlfriend, when I first started refereeing, she made me these red and yellow cards, which was really nice, but paper and not laminated. So if you do want to make your own, and it's paper, make sure you laminate them, and if you can reinforce them, so that it's a bit sturdier, strongly recommend. You want a coin, so you need a coin for a coin toss. Very simple. You need a pen. Why do you need a pen? You need a pen to sign the score sheet. You need a pen just in case the scorer loses the pen. Very typical. I swear it happens like almost half my games. And you want to watch. You want to watch to time your timeouts, to time your in between sets, to time any unexpected delays. So I've got this on. Just make sure you have this on. You don't want to be caught out without this. It just looks a little bit unprofessional. Just remember that you're presenting yourself um, as a referee, and you want to be as professional. Sorry, and this alludes to what I actually was meant to say when I was talking about um, you know what makes a good referee. So going back to what Carla said before about confidence, looking professional is the second aspect of um, displaying that confidence. I guess first impressions are very important. I think you know is the coin provided by SVL or do we need to buy it? Well, Kai, you don't need a proper coin. Um, you can just grab a 50 cents or a 20 cents. I recommend 50 cents because it doesn't roll. After you chuck it, just grab it. I'll demonstrate later. But a 50 cents will be good because of the size and because it's not circular. But so you don't have you don't there's things you don't need to buy. You've got I'm sure you've got coins in your pocket. Are we allowed to wear a smartwatch? Um, Very debatable question, Jessica. I don't recommend wearing a smartwatch because there's a distraction. There's a rule, or there's a rule we got to follow, which is no mobile phones. It just looks again, it doesn't look professional um, on the basis because it becomes a distraction when you do become refereeing. Um, a smartwatch, I guess, it it goes towards that distractive, vibe. But um, I personally say no to that. But if if you've got no other watch and you've got to use a smartwatch for that game, then so be it. But trying to grab something simple, non-distractive, you know, you hate to be in a game and someone calls you and your smartwatch rings, right? Or you get a notification midway and then you look at it, natural instincts. So um, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you've got nothing other than a smartwatch, try grabbing one of these analog or digital watches. Just something simple. Okay. What was I talking about? Oh, impressions. First impressions. Yes. So imagine you're in a game. You're playing, and you see a referee who's not in uniform first of all, and they don't have a watch. You know your impression of them. isn't going to be you're not going to show as much respect to them if they're wearing like casual uniform, because you know it's everyone's instinct. Oh, you know this like you start to referee or not based on how professional they look. So like for example, if someone's in uniform versus someone's not in uniform, so like a casual player, you know, you start judging whether or not they're actually a referee, they actually know the rules. So this becomes part of your uniform, your whistle, your watch, your cards. You know, you don't need a professional coin as I mentioned before again, Kai, but just a coin. You know, we'll go to uniforms I think in the next few slides, but professional look again. It gives yourself confidence, and also it gives confidence to the players and reassurance that oh this person, they know how to referee. I can see it, even though you know first impressions or impressions might not be the full image. Okay, yes. So official uniform. So this fellow is George. George is one of our lovely New South Wales referees, international. He's on the board. He's vice president. He's very helpful. You might see him once in a while in SVL, but yeah, go say hi. You know, introduce yourself. He's a very helpful person. So yeah, we'll go through and look at his uniform, and I'll quickly show you an example of me in my uniform. Okay, so, oh, sorry. Okay, so first of all, a blue VARC referee shirt tucked in, badge pinned front and center, wristwatch. For indoor, you want tailored navy pants with belt or shorts. For beach, white shoes and socks. So I'm indoor at the moment. Oh, this is like an outdoor room, but I'm indoor, so I don't have shoes. I don't have socks on. So I do apologize, but I do have the top half, or maybe from ankles above, correct. So I'll quickly just show you that what I'm wearing. As another example, this is my lovely streaming software. So I won't make it too big, but I do excuse my room being a bit messy. But I've got my whistle, I've got my badge, so I've got my jacket as well. This isn't quite necessary, but you can purchase this from ABW. I try to organize a bulk referee uniform order after every course. It's been pretty hectic, so and people have been recommending that I don't do it, but I still want to do it just on the basis for your sake. You know, you don't have to cop out an extra $30, $40 for postage. I got the whistle, got the badge, I've got the referee shirt underneath. So this one, I do recommend you getting. Oh, like this is part of uniform. This is part of uniform. So like a blue volleyball Australia referee shirt. So there's a few different ones. So there's one with Joust, and there's one with what's that called? Oh, one from VA, and it's just got a line on the bottom, like here, a white line. It doesn't matter which one you get, but you know, just the blue. I'll send out more details later, but this is the uniform. But also, you've got some blue pants, navy, tailored. You don't want to have any jeans. You don't want to have joggers, or you don't want to have jogger pants. You don't want to have trackies, all of that stuff. It needs to be business-like for both men and women. Where I can recommend you getting it from, you can go get it from like H&M. It's like $30 to $40. So it's not awfully expensive, but it just again it contributes back to the aspect of being professional. All right, so let's get back into it. Oop, is that this size? Anyways, that's all right. All right. All right. Now, pre-game. Pre-game. What do you have to do? So there's a whole checklist you need to do. I'll quickly run through it. Again, doing your checks. How you do your checks. Make sure the lines are visible, the net height is correct. I can't stress this more enough. I don't know why I'm so particular about this, but please check the net. Please check the net height is correct. I've heard from too many referees that they didn't check the net, and the net height was played incorrectly, and the teams the teams what one of the players picked it up, but then didn't say anything because it was a lower net height. So um, I can please check the net. How you check the net? I would love to show you guys, but um, yeah, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys. Oh, of course, it's not there. Okay. The course size is correct. 9 by 18 indoor, 8 by 16 beach. Courts is clean and clear. Posts are padded. Referee stand is padded. The equipment, ball is correct. Ball is correctly inflated. Score sheet is present. Lineup sheet is present. Scoreboard is present. Blood kit is present. The teams are present. Players are in correct uniform. Team list is correct. Assigned. Identify. Introduce yourself. So I want to stress this: identify and introduce yourself to the coach. There's nothing better to referee an entire game and not know the coach's name at the end of the game or the captain's name at the end of the game. You can call them coach, but it just you just lose. You're basically setting up a barrier between yourself and that particular person. What I can recommend is knowing their names at the start of the game. So when you go, introduce yourself. When you go ask the coach to fill in the score sheet for the team players. Introduce yourself. Say, hi, I'm Laymond. What's your name? Or hi, my name is Laymond. And you are? Something like that, doesn't have to be awkward, you could just be like, hey mate, how are you? My name is Laymond. Usually they'll say their name. They don't, so be it. But try to know the people in your community. It helps with refereeing. It helps with your personal branding that you're trying to establish, whether or not this is it. Sorry, this is a late question, but what are the alternatives to the pants with belt? Sorry, Kai, I don't quite understand that question. Do you mean what are the alternatives to the pants? There's no alternatives. It's business pants. Does it help? um, yeah. Have a chat with me a little later. I'm happy to answer that and just give you options and give you some links or maybe some links of officials are in uniform. First and second referees have whistles. First referee has yellow and red cards. The scorer has a pen. Line judges has a flag. Very straightforward. All right. Sorry, safety first. So it's the referee's duty to ensure the player environment is safe, and the players don't pose any risk for themselves or to others. So things to look out for. So I mentioned this before. Don't referee on the stand. This is awful. There's no stability. You're a speaker placed right in the middle of the court during warm up. So this is like peppering stage. I was like, nah, this is not right. This is definitely not right. So I told him to get it off. Simple. Just ask kindly, hey, just find the closest person to it. Say, hey, oh, sorry, who on the side who owns that particular speaker? You got to find that out first. Hey, just say, hey, can you just remove the speaker from the playing area? Very simple. Water on the court happens. People bring drink bottles onto the court. Avoid that by telling people to get these water bottles off the court, on the side bench. But if there is water on the court, find a towel, find some paper towels, wipe it off. If you can't find any help or like any of these resources, reach out to the chief referee, reach out to the competition manager. Wire sticking out of the net can happen. Usually it's checked prior, but if you do notice it, raise a red flag with the competition manager. So like most of these things is like, okay, find the chief referee, find the competition manager if you find one of these things that you can't manage. Player wearing a protruding ring, dangerous, very dangerous. There's a rule about jewelry in SVL. It's basically players play at their own risk if they do wear this. But in international, they need to either strap it or they need to remove it. Very simple. So it goes for rings, that goes with jewelry around the neck, Goes with like earrings, nose piercings, anything, any external objects that's attached onto you, basically. It goes with like support gear as well. Um, so it depends on the competition, but just for SVL, they just play at their own risk if they do wear it. Ball roll into the court, stop immediately, like do a replay, and then non-stable or non-padded referee stands, just like the one you see here. At netball central, make sure netball rings are way off play. Very dangerous sitting at back of court. Yes, 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 yes. So we'll talk about the playing area and I guess yeah, like where things needs to be. So the ball, I don't have a beach ball, but I have an indoor ball. I do have a beach ball, but somewhere. But this is the numbers you need to know or you need to understand and appreciate. So the weight of the balls are the same. The circumference of the indoor ball is slightly bigger than the circumference of the beach ball, just by 1 centimeter. So 65, 67 for indoor, 66 to 68 for beach. The pressure in the ball is very high, and then the beach is almost about half, or little more than half. So if you ever forget, and if I ever come around and I test you guys what the ball pressure is, and you forget, very normal, very normal. What I'm trying to remember is the PSI for this and the other units, which is stated in the rules. I think it's 4.26 PSI to 4.61 PSI. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I think that's that. Yes, but if you look on the inner ball, just where you pump the ball, uses, and you should see that there's a pressure. I don't know if people can see that. Yes. So it says my name, but also says the pressure and all of that stuff. Oh no, I'm buffering. Yes, sorry, I'll explain again. So, yes, the ball pressure is on the ball. So I will give you an opportunity to look at the ball if I do test you. So have a look at the ball. Grab this off me before I grab it off you. 0.3 to 0.325 kilograms per centimeter squared. I guess I really want to quickly show you guys how to do a ball pressure test. If you ever get a ball pressure gauge, which is I guess strongly recommended part of your equipment, which is not in the slide beforehand, is what you need to do. Turn it on. Oh, it might be slightly different to everyone, but turn it on. Put it into the ball. This ball is extremely underinflated. So you see a number, and this number reads 15 or 14. So this is obviously in the units I'm looking at right now, kilograms per centimeter squared. It's reading like 14, 11. Oh, it's actually losing air. Whoops. So under pumped. So what I need to do is I need to put a ball pump in, pump it up. And if I do need to release pressure, there's a valve here, and I can just press it. There's a button, which is the valve, and I can just press and it'll just release a bit of pressure just to get it to the ideal range. So I like to get it right in the middle. Depending on the weather, if it's hot, the ball pressure is going to expand. If it's cold, the ball pressure is going to contract. A bit of science here. So depending on the weather, I like to have it in the middle. If it's hot, like I have it just on the 3.0. If it's cold, I just put it on 3.15. So for beach, same thing, right in the middle, or and depending on temperature as well. So courts, it's a bit technical. I'll run it through quickly, but just know that there is this stuff. Okay, courts 9 times 18 is the court. So you've got 9 per 9 for each side, and then the front zone is 3 times 9 meters. The free zone, which is the area outside of this court, should have a minimum distance of 3 meters. 3 meters. But for just for like the back zone, the service zone here, minimum 3 meters. Some courts at Netball Central, they don't even have 3 meters. For example, the court 1A, court 1B. So, we play to the best of our ability to match these specifications of court dimensions. But, sometimes if we can't, we just can't. So, there's a liberal replacement area. This is substitution zone. These are free zones, service zones. So where I was saying the second referee was situate, they will situate here. The coach can span all the way from here, all the way back here. They need to talk to players in the free zone, and on the other side from here to there. If they do step into this, no. So that's indoor. For beach, the courts are 1 meter shorter on either end, on either dimension. Oh, sorry, for each court, 1 meter shorter. So instead of a 9x9, it's an 8x8 on each side. And then this spans 8 times 16 for the entire court. Again, free zone minimum distance is 3 meters on either end. Very self-explanatory. Yeah, so like honestly, there's no expectations for you guys to know all of this, but it's just knowledge that if someone asks, oh, how big's the court, you'll at least be able to tell them the court's 8x16 for beach, 9x18 for indoor, and then the minimum free zone is 3 meters. Should be. So the net and the post, again, not very needed or recommended, or not recommended. Like it's recommended, but you don't need to know all of these little fine details. All you need to know is the net height. You need to know the where to put the antennas. So I guess antenna, the outside pole needs to be on the outside. The antenna needs to be on the outside strap of this antenna, and this outside antenna needs to correspond to the outer length of this court boundary. So when you're trying to set up the net, try to do this as accurately as possible. Yes. So distance from the antenna to antenna is 9 meters, which is the court length. That matches up. Overall net length is 9.5 for indoor, so it just allows a little bit of extra length on either end for the antenna to sit on. The distance between the pole and the antenna is 0.1 to 1 meter, or 1 to 1 meter. These could change based on the court dimension, based on the court. So just as long as the distance between the antenna and antenna is 9 meters, just the court length. Net height, net height is right for that division. The antennas are set up properly, and you're good to go. For beach, very similar. 8 meters antenna, which is the length of the court. 8.5, which is the net length, and then you've got a little bit more distance between the antenna and the post. All right, coin toss. All right, does everyone know how to flip a coin? It might be a very ironic question, but I've had mainly one person, but a couple of people ask me, how do I flip a coin? What's the correct way of doing it? There's no correct way. First of all, I want to throw out there's no correct way of doing it. There's a personal preference. It just saves a bit of time, and it just saves a bit of time. So what I can recommend here is have the coin, coin, like so, just sitting on top of your index finger, and you got your thumb supporting it, and then flick up with your thumb, and then the coin should spiral up. And then what you should do is catch it flat, so you see one side up. I usually have my left hand on top of my right hand, and whatever that outcome is, that's the outcome. So that's flipping a coin. But when to do it, going back to the slides, when should we be doing the coin toss? So there's different protocols with indoor and outdoor. For indoor, you got no later than 12 minutes before play. Beach, no later than 7 minutes before play. So what you need to do is, where's my whistle? Sorry. I will, I won't blow this, but I will simulate a blow. Like, blow my whistle, and I'll ask captains. You can call it out captains, or you can just do the captain signal, which is this, which is this. And you want to do it in front of the scorer's bench. Do it in front of the scorer's bench. You and your second referee needs to face the scorer, and the scorer, and in between the scorer and the first referee should situate the two captains. And then, very simple, very simple. You don't even let them choose heads or tails. You say, I usually do the team on my left is this ball, and then the team on my right chooses the words FIVB. No choosing, no delays, very straightforward. I flip it, I catch it, I show both sides, both teams. The outcome was FIVB. So I will go to the winner and I'll say, you have two options. Yeah, you can either serve, receive. So you can either choose service, which is serve or receive, or you can choose the side of the court. So let me repeat that. So you can either choose service or you can choose the side of the court. So let's say I choose to serve, like most people do. And then the loser will pick the remaining option. So either if they chose to serve, then the loser will be able to pick which side they want to start on. So usually teams don't fuss, don't muck around, and they just say, oh, we just stay. So perfect. That's for indoor. So for beach, they pick the remaining option, and then there's no toss in second set. They just choose what they want to do. They want to either do service or receive, or they pick the side. So for beach, it's a little bit more decide. Like they choose more the side than service or receive. Like they sometimes choose to receive more than serve, but you know, there's beach aspects for it. But again, so winner chooses service, receive, to serve, receive, or to pick the side. And then the person who didn't win the toss will pick the remaining option. Sweet. So now this is in the situation of the scorer, yourself, and the two captains, and as well as the second referee. So what I like to do is I like to confirm with the scorer about the toss result. So let's say that this is team Y, and then this is team X, yeah, and this is me as a first referee, and this is the second referee here, and this is the scorer. So let's say that X, they won the serve, they won the toss, and they chose to serve. And then team Y, they lost the serve, so they're receiving, and they choose to stay on this side. So there's a notion of which team is A, which team is B. Can someone tell me quickly who is A and who is B? Have a think about it. Don't. I'll give you guys the answer. Who is team A and who's team B? So how you look at this is you got to look from the perspective of the scorer. The scorers. Sorry, that came out really badly. Let me say that again. I don't know what's gone with me today. I'm not in my full at my best. So I would say team X is serving from the B side. So team X. So usually they're not teams. They're not team names. They're actual team names. So I'll go to the team name first, what they're doing, and then what their side is. So I just need to do one side because obviously the other side is the other roles, right? And the other side. So the other team is the other role, is the other team. That makes sense. So what I'm saying is, if I'm saying Team X is serving from side B, I'll automatically be able to deduce that Team Y is receiving from side A. So you just need to do this first one, first coin toss, and if you do need to do it in the fifth set, you do it in the fifth set. Has the back to the scorer. Ah, Jenny, yes, yes, yes. Incorrect, incorrect. Not the proper way, not the proper way, because the scorer actually needs to be able to visual. They need to see. They need to be able to see the toss as well, the toss and the toss results as well. So that's why they shouldn't have their backs faced towards the scorer, and they need to have the backs faced at the back of the court. All right, does that make sense, guys? I hopefully go through that more. Yes, in the scoring workshop that I'll be holding. Okay, great. All right, court warm up. The referees. So after the coin toss has been tossed, the results have been identified. The captains, they need to sign the score sheet. Make sure they sign the score sheet before they go. Make sure the coach, if there is a coach, sign the score sheet as well. And where do they need to sign? They need to sign on the bottom right of the score sheet. This is to confirm that the scorers, that the players on the team list is correct, and you can proceed with that. And you can proceed checking the players on the net on the court marries up with the players list. All right, on the court, the referee's score sheet is signed by both captains and coaches. The warm up is being followed safely. The lineup sheet is filled, and the player numbers are listed on the score sheet. The players indoor stay on the same side of the court that they choose, that the captains have chose. Spiking from position 4, spiking from position 2, finish with serving. For beach, may spike from alternate positions and sides of the court, finish with serving. So obviously this protocol will vary depending on the competition structure, so just make sure you're aware of that before you do actually referee that game. Okay, so this is going to be a case study. This is another aspect which we were unable to go through and hear people talk it out, but I guess I can quickly go through these ones and we can just focus on just going through this, Okay, for beach. After winning the coin toss, can a captain ask to return to the court to determine which side they choose? Have a think about it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Very good, Jenny. Very good. They can, as long as this decision is made quickly. It doesn't delay the game. Yeah, basically. That's that. Just because they need to test out which way the wind's blowing, where the sun is, what side they've sweated on the most, there's all sorts of reasons. Okay, you've got your starting lineup. All right, great. So for indoor, 6 players on the court at all times. Before the start of each set, the coach presents a signed starting lineup sheet to the second referee or scorer. So this start of the set is, depending for SVL, is 7 minutes before the start of the game. 5 minutes for juniors. But what you need to make sure if you're a second referee, you need to make sure that this lineup sheet, the team name's on there, all the player numbers are filled out, and you've got your coach signature there. Very simple. For beach, there's only 2 players, so what you need to do is just identify who's serving first. Yeah, basically. Once the lineup sheet has been delivered, no changes in the lineup may be authorized without a regular substitution. So this is mainly towards indoor. So if a coach filled out the whole lineup sheet and then decide, oh crap, I made a mistake, they need to authorize a substitute. They need to use a regular substitution. They need to use a regular substitution to, in order to change that lineup. But if they haven't properly finished signing off this document, this lineup sheet, then they still have an opportunity to do that. Just make sure they know that there is that opportunity. Okay. All right, rotation positions. Again, I want to stress this is probably one of the best. This is one of the aspects I want to spend a little bit more time on because I don't want you guys to fall into my misfortunes of my first game. So Yes, so positions, if you play, position 1, position 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Players must start in the assigned positions at the start of the rally. And the rally only starts when the ball is hit by the server. So I guess it kind of links to this. But that's the definition. But the definition of a rally is, the rally is only commenced or that only starts at the point at which the server contacts the ball for service. Okay. Uh, Playing position 1 serves. The receiving team wins the point. They rotate clockwise. They're now in the new position to serve. Very straightforward. All right. Okay. So there's a difference between positional fault and the position. There's a difference between rotational fault. So rotational fault is when the wrong player serves the ball. So what this means is, let's say one is in position 1 at the moment and they're serving, but in actuality, number 2 went to serve. Because of that, it's called a rotational fault because the wrong server served the ball. 1 was meant to serve, but 2 served. It's a rotational fault. Rotational fault. Rotational fault. Rotational fault. How to distinguish this rotational fault with positional fault? It sounds like they're the same, right? Positions, rotating. Like I couldn't get my head around these terminologies for a while, but now it has. So just know positions as positions on the court at the moment of service. Positions, relative speaking, must have a part of their foot closer to the respective sideline than the feet of the center player in that row. So what that means, let's look at 5-6-1 here. Okay. So I will try to do my best to represent this. So 5, 5, 6, 6, 1. So just note that these numbers just represent their feet. I'm drawing with a cursor board on my mouse pad, so I do apologize for the unneatness. But I'm just gonna erase it all just to start again. So what this means is, for example, 5, a part of 5's foot, any foot, left, right, must be on the left side of 6, is what this is saying. So imagine this. Is that okay? Is this a fault? Is this a positional fault? Just knowing 5 is on the left of 6, and what I said about player number 5 must have at least part of the foot closer, any part, left, right, doesn't matter, closer to the left sideline than 6. Yes, perfect. Good job, guys. That's it. They can. On the contrary, 6 cannot have part of their foot closer to this left sideline than number 5. So this is no. Because number 6 has part of their foot closer to this sideline. The same goes with 6 and 1. 6 and 1. So 1, 1. So that's okay. So this is good. That's good. That's also good. They've got really big strides, but it happens. It can happen. That's also good. But this is not good. This is not good. No, this is like the worst case. I'd say this is probably like the worst case. Yeah, that's not good. So it's always about the perspective of whoever's on the side. It must have part of their feet, any foot, closer to the sideline. It's either the left or the right. Left or the right. Okay. Now that's left or right. Same story goes for front and back. Front and back. But for front and back, its main focus is the front court player. The front court player. Oh, the front court player. They must have at least part of their foot closer to the center line than the corresponding backcourt player. I think this one's a little bit more straightforward. What I do usually here is I like to get you guys to help me demonstrate this, but unfortunately we can't do this. But so I'm trying to do my best to explain this. If there's any questions, let me know. Um, yes, let me know. Okay. So again, let me just do a quick example with 4, 5. So 4, 5. So that's good. So sometimes like 5 is a back, 5 is a backcourt setter, and they're trying to push 4 up. So that's not good. Suddenly all of a sudden forgotten who's front court, who's back court. So that's not good. Okay. Does that make sense, everybody? Positional fault. Positional fault. Okay. I will take that as a silent yes. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now again some more examples. This is taken straight from the rule book. Backup player. So because they're aligned, default. But usually with these particular ones, you know, how accurately can you measure? Like how accurately can you visually see this? So um, remember, it's about having at least part of the foot closer to the center line. Okay, so closer to the center line. This is obviously a fault, very obvious fault. All right. Now, it's a little bit confusing, but L is left, R is right, and then C is center. So left, player on the left has a feet closer to the left line than the center. This is wrong because the right person does not have at least part of the foot closer to the right hand side. That's okay. That's not good. All right. All right. So this is the order of the positional fault. All right. So when the first and second referee are refereeing, the first referee monitors the server and the serving team, and then the second referee monitors the receiving team. A service fault at the moment of service hit. What is this trying to say? Let me have it understand again. Oh, okay. So this is basically telling you, I don't like the colors, but anyways. So this is what it's telling you is the precedence of the positional and the rotational fault. So basically, a service at fault at the moment of service hit, rotational fault, and then you would call the positional fault. So if there wasn't a service fault at the moment of service hit, so was the serve executed properly? No. Was it released? Was it tossed or released? No. That's the first fault. You call that. If it's been executed properly, but the wrong service served, then you call the rotational fault. If none of that happened, then it's the positional fault. So this is the positional fault of either team. It could be the serving team or it could be the receiving team. So if all three things happen, you would go down this list and you'll call accordingly. So is the the players being in different in the wrong position at the moment of service. So so mainly just focus here is positional fault is the last fault you want to be calling after a rotational fault, after a service fault. Hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, please let me know in chat. Um, hmm, okay. All right, the game. Okay, we're just going to take a quick 5 minute break. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. If you guys need to do whatever you need to do, do that. I'll meet you guys back at 10:50. Okay. I'll be back a little earlier, but um, that's me. But if everyone can come back here on time, that'll be great. If not, we'll start at 10:50. Okay. Okay. All right. When you guys are back, or if guys haven't left, just let me know that you're still in the chat. Just by saying hi, whatever you need to do. Yeah, say hi, so that I know you guys are here. I'm just eating a quick snack, so if you guys don't mind. Thank you, Jenny. For some reason, we've got 8 people. We've got 8 people in chat. Does that mean we've got more than? Does that mean we've got more than 8 participants? Thank you, Carla. I know we've got 6 viewers. Interesting. Thank you, Jessica. Okay, just waiting for Carla and Juliet. Thank you, Julianne. And Carla. Oh, Carla, no, no, Carla's here. Carla's here. We're waiting for Kai. Kai. Oh, okay, great. Let's get started. So, um, we've done all the pre-game. Now, this is more like the action bit. So, if you guys would like to follow along, like I'm going to be doing some demonstrations in my in this room. So, some nice natural light. So, um, if you like to follow along, I won't be able to see how you guys are doing it, but I'll try my best to make sure it's very clear what I'm doing. So I won't show the slides. I'll go back and forth with the slides. Um, so yeah, this is all about the game and like calling out the signals and all of that stuff. So please join me if you like. Sure you'll get some benefit out of it. All right. So authorizing the serve. All officials are ready. First referee calls the teams on the court. Players stand according to the lineup sheets. Second referee check that the lineups are correct. Second referee gives the match ball to the server. Straightforward. So everyone, once everything is ready, first referee whistles, signals the first serve. So how do I get out quickly? No, there's no way of getting out quickly. So, oh, I stand here. Okay. So whistle in mouth, and then you want to blow it. I'm not going to keep my whistle in the mouth because it's too hard to speak. Okay, so God, this hole is in the way. All right, this looks better. Okay, so you want to have this way, this way, this way. I'm working in the opposite direction, so please forgive me. So your arm. People say tuck your thumbs in. Do that. Do that. You can tuck it in like right in, or you can tuck it just there. Have it shoulder width, shoulder height. So it's not like this. It's not like a bit low. Have it shoulder height, and then you want to bring it in. So blow your whistle, and then bring your arm in. So across. You want to touch your other shoulder, if possible. I don't want to. The things I don't want to see is this. This is very. You're slacking. I think you can do a bit better than that. So at least bring it across, elbow as in as possible. So I'll demonstrate this side and I'll demonstrate this side. So after you've done that, put it to the side, bring it across. Okay. So this is authorizing the serve. Only put up your hand when the teams are ready. So as a sort of protocol for myself, during every point or in between every point. So ball's dead. I whistle first. First thing is to whistle. You want to do three things. First thing, whistle. Second thing, you just point to the team who won the point. So was it this team? Was it team A? Was it team B? I know this might be different on your end, but I think from my perspective, this is left and this is right. So Which team won the point? Left team, because the ball was in, because the ball was out, before the ball, because the ball was touched, or touched, touched, or because the ball was carried, or attack fault, whatever it is. So three things. Okay, I want to very strongly reiterate myself because it distinguishes you between a good referee and a good looking referee. Okay, so first, there's a slight difference between this particular one and indoor. So for indoor, it's very straightforward. You would just let the server serve, and you call out the second referee as a scorer. You call out to the second referee, wrong server, wrong server. But for beach, what you want to do is just let the referee know. So the scorer should immediately let the referee know. Scorer check the score sheet to determine its correctness. So this is so for this beach one, it doesn't. So short. What this is saying is, because it's the first point, the start of the first set, it doesn't really. There's no sort of advantage in who the server is. If it's wrong, they should try to correct that. But because there's no sorts of advantage gained. Yes, there's no sorts of advantages gained. That point may or may not be played accordingly. But because the point has the service orders is wrong, but the point hasn't actually been played yet, so I guess there's that. But in the situation, point has been played, and they realize that the server's been wrong. The server has the wrong server serving. The usual situation is the game plays on, really. Okay. So did I miss anything? Corrected, and the relevant player should allow to serve. Yes. The referee should generally accept the decision of the players, as it does not change the nature of the match substantially, and no comparative advantage is gained. Okay. Yep. All right. Service. What's considered a service? Highlight the potentials for what this interpretation could be of toss or release. So I'm just going to quickly go through the interpretation of what a toss or release could be. For me personally, a toss is, a toss which is in the situation where they can serve the ball. So like people do this. I should really stand up and demonstrate this one. So people do this, like, yes, this is a toss, but is this a toss which is possible to serve on? Like, I don't think so. So, like, I wouldn't consider this to be a service toss, or basically a service toss. A release is just, a release. Some people do underarm serve, or, yeah, people don't really release the ball for an overarm serve, right? Or unless they do this one and then they drop it. But usually people chuck it up, which is a toss. Anyways, yes, so if someone's tossed it up, high enough for them to serve, I think that's considered a toss. And because if they've tossed it and they've caught it, they haven't actually served. They've actually missed the serve, or missed the opportunity to serve because of that. Yeah. So, in that case, they missed the serve. But for this particular, yes, because they've actually yes. Okay. Now let's quickly do some hand signals. So this is. Sorry, I should really stand up. All right. So these hand signals is for not toss is, oh god. For not toss is just a straight arm coming up, coming up. The other side, again, straight arm coming up. Straight arm coming up. Straight arm coming up. If they take longer than the time to serve, then it's either 5 or it's 8. So it's 5 for beach, and then it's 8. It's 8 for indoor. So it would go something like this. So you see the fall happen, you blow the whistle, and then you say this side won the point because they didn't execute the serve within 8 seconds. Or this side won the whistle. This side won the point because the ball was not tossed or released. Is what it's telling me just by looking at what I'm doing, all the signals I'm doing. Okay. Anyone have questions? Please let me know. All right. Okay. Yeah. That's that. Service, at the moment of the service hit or takeoff for a jump serve, the server must not touch the court, the end line included, or the floor outside the service zone. After they hit, they may step or land outside the service zone or inside the court. Okay. So, this one is with a flag. So I've got a flag here. So as a lines referee, maybe I'll just make my screen, make my face a little bit bigger. Hey guys, what do you think? I think it just saves me from going back and forth. Yes, it saves me going back and forth with this camera. Okay, so how am I doing? Okay, so might need to come up here, but I hope you guys can hear me. But point. So depending on what your dominant hand is, my dominant hand is my right hand, so I hold the flag with my right hand, and I point with my other hand. So if it's a foot fault, depending on what line they did the foot fault on, so like if they stepped on the the long sideline, then you point to the long sideline. If they stepped on the back line, the service line, then you point to the service line, and you'll do. Okay, so you point to the line, and you do 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Very lucky that I have my roof not too high. Sorry, quite high, so for me to do this, because I used to do this in my room, and I would hit my ceiling, and yeah, that's not good. But I hope that's visible. Oh, I'm covering stuff as well, so that's not good. Yeah, I need to be slightly under. Okay. So, foot fault by any player during service, wave the flag over the head and point to the antenna or the respective line, whatever it is. Yes. Sue. Next. Rally. Okay. A rally is a sequence of playing actions from the moment of the server's hit until the ball is out of play. A completed rally is the sequence of playing actions which results in an award of the point. If the two players commit a fault simultaneously, both touch the net simultaneously, very rare, happens, then the rally is replayed, is not complete, and if they occur successfully, only the first fault is counted, and thus a completed rally. All right, so it looks like if you're feeling the vibes of this page of this slide, it's talking about completed rallies. So why this is so important? I actually only understood this in AJVC, I think 2 years ago. It's not a lot of information out there about it, but you can only have a what do you call those? You call those a not delay, interruption. You can have an interruption. So basically, you can only call a two consecutive. You can only call subs. You can only call successive subs between completed rallies. So, and that differs between, you can call two timeouts straight away, but for a substitution, you can only call one sub, complete a rally, and then another sub, or like as in sub moments. So you can have two subs. You can call for subs and have two subs, one complete a rally, and then you can call more subs afterwards. But you can't be like, I want to call two subs in that particular moment in time, and then realize, oh no, I need to call a third sub. That's not allowed because there's no completed rally in between that interruption. Thought I'd flag it there. It's an unusual situation, but it happened, and I never really understood it until that particular moment in time where it actually bit me in the back. So completed and non-completed. Completed only happens with an award of the point. If there's any sorts of replay, it hasn't been completed, and as such, people can't do another interruption if they've done that. Okay? But a rally is a sequence of playing actions from the moment of the service hit until the ball is out of play. So, I did the service one. Replay can also call this, but the second referee can only call these particular ones. So a backcourt player committing an attack hit or by the libero. So this is my hand isn't that tall, so I can reach this particular ceiling. So for this one, it's straight arm up, down. So you want a straight arm up, and then you want to bend 90 degrees. Straight arm up, bend 90 degrees, and hold it, okay, until you finish the call. Same with the left side. Straight arm up, bend. Straight arm up, bend. There's a reason why the arm is straight to start off with. I'll go through that later when we touch on reach, okay, or net penetration, whatever people like to coin it. Okay. The second one is the completed block by a backcourt player or attempted block by the libero. So, yes, it happens. This one happens. Rarely does it happen, but it happens. So it's just two straight arms up. Two straight arm up. Okay. Two straight arm up. In our mini test, it said they could also call ball hitting / outside antenna. Oh, you're right. That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. Does it mention here? Yes, yes, yes. So, Jenny, it's on the second page. Bear with me. Bear with me, bear with me. Yes, so that's the second thing they can do. Calling a blocking fault. This is a blocking fault. Penetration. No, Jenny, you're right. No, do correct me. There's a lot of content. I wouldn't be surprised if it's missed in this presentation slide. Penetration of the opponent's court under the space under the net, and the space under the net. So you should really, as a second referee, you should only really be looking on the blocking side. So if the blocking side, if there's a player on the blocking side penetrating under the net, you just point to the line. So you point to the line. Positional fault of the receiving team. So you would draw out a circle in the way that they rotate. So have a think about how they rotate. Think about what direction do they rotate. Do they rotate clockwise? Do they rotate anti-clockwise? Correct answer, they rotate clockwise. So you would draw out a circle. Just one circle is enough. You don't have to go like crazy. One circle in a clockwise direction. In a clockwise direction. Okay. So it's either this side or it's either this circle. Oh, sorry, this way, because it's clockwise, right? How they rotate. They can also call faulty contact of the player with the net primarily on the blocker's side and with the antenna on their side of the court. So going back to what Jenny has mentioned, it relates to first what you're looking at, and secondly the side that you're on. So what you're looking at is the blocker. So any blocker fault. So we mentioned about penetration under the opponent's court. So key note is the entire foot has to be over. It can't be a bit of shadow. We'll go through that. It can't be a bit of shadow. It has to be an entire foot. the faulty contact of the player of the net touch from a player on the blocking side. You call that. Anything blocker related is yours. It's yours. It's your responsibility to call. And also anything on your side of the court. So what I mean by that is the antenna, your side of the antenna. If it hits it, that's out. If it hits anything outside the antenna, it's also out. Yes, which relates to the relates to this sixth thing that you can call the ball that crosses the net totally or partially outside the crossing space to the antenna, court slash contacts out antenna or an outside object of the side of the court is out. So what that first part means is if the ball comes out on the outside of the antenna, if the ball comes outside of the antenna, is your call on your side, on your side, on your side. Yeah. So there's opportunities to call it when for example, the team shanks and it goes outside the court, outside the crossing space. Um, yes. Yes. Okay. The ball that crosses the net totally or partially outside the crossing space to the opponent's court. Yes. Okay. The contact of the ball with the floor when the first referee is not in position to see the contact. Yes, that also happens quite often as well. Players do a pancake and you. Why is that showing an out signal for some reason? Anyways, it can happen. Out. Yes. Yes. So the ball is pancaked, but players are observing the the first referee's viewing of the ball. If you see it as the second referee, you call it. Yes, okay, I think it goes to this procedure. Yes. So remember how I was saying for first referee, you want to do these three things, three independent things. So first of all is the signal. Second of all is to point to the side who wins, who won that point, and the reason for the fault, the nature of the fault. And then the players at fault if necessary. If you're calling a positional fault, you need to say which. Sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. If you're calling a positional fault, you need to say which two players are in fault. These two players are out of position. Yeah, it's always got to do with two players. It's not just one player. It's one player relative to another player. But for second referee, you basically change 2 and 3. You change steps 2 and 3. Change these two steps. Oh, sorry, you don't. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's I don't consider players at fault sometimes because most of the calls aren't. Sometimes there's players at fault, but most of the time it's very obvious you don't need to do that. So how I do this is don't consider the players at fault as an option, but basically what I've crossed here is the identical steps here. Okay. So what that means is second and third step has switched. So instead of pointing to the team who won and then going to the fault, you do the opposite. You go to so you blow the whistle first. You still blow the whistle. You go to the side who loses. So you always want to step to the side which is the losing side or the receiving side for the next point, and you want to say the fault. So it was out, or it was net touched. It was a tag fault. And then, knowing your first referee's allowed you to make that call and agrees with you, the first referee, along with yourself, you will need to synchronize going up this way, going to a particular side. Huh? Wait, have this live finished? Huh? Wait. I think my internet is acting up. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. That is so strange. Okay, phew. Scared myself. Alright, 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 alright. It did seem to finish for me, but I just refreshed the page. Ah, thank you, Julianne. Alright, okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. That was okay. Sweet. Sorry. I'll just quick. Mine went somewhere else, so just restart it. Okay, great, 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 great. Good, good, good. Good to know. So, I'll just quickly go again. Go through what I might have been missed. Basically, first and second referee they call different things. But they whistle as soon as they see the fault, just like any other. But the way they present their findings is slightly different. So first referee, so whistle side to serve next, and then the reason for the fault. But the second referee, you blow the whistle, you go to the side who loses the point, you say the reason why they lost the point, players if necessary, and then just thought I would show you guys. Don't mind my recommended videos. So what Amanda's saying is, so this lady with the blue, she's Amanda, and this lady with the hoodie is Rachel, one of our well-known referees. If my video will load. It's hard having a stable connection. Oh no. Okay. So what they're doing is let's quickly go back. So Rachel is the second referee, so she's the second referee, and then Amanda here is the first referee. So Rachel would have blown the whistle, called the fault, turned the first referee, synchronize, synchronize, synchronize. So it's important to work with your first referee to get that. That's a perfect sync up. I loved it. I loved it. I took a video. Thankful I got that on footage. But that's ideally what you want to do. Um, there's not a lot of practice that we can do here, but I strongly recommend going after this. We um, practice on the court, and then we practice on the court, and we try that out. First referee, second referee. Okay. Okay. So let's continue. All right. Oh God. Something's wrong with my internet. No. No, is it working? Bit rate's good. Okay, I think we're on. Are we back? No, we're not back yet. No, we are back. Okay. All right, let's continue. Um, all right. After a service which was executed by the wrong server, the ball went out. When the rally was finished, the scorer signaled a rotational fault. How many points did the receiving team receive? Very straightforward. There's only one fault here. Um, sorry, there's two faults, but only the first fault is considered. Um, Only the first fault and a single point should be awarded due to the rotational fault, regardless of which team won the rally. So, because the ball was executed correctly, we go down that list and we go to, oh, what's the next serve? What's the next problem there? Which is the rotational fault. So the wrong server being the rotational fault. Um, Regardless of the ball going out or not, that's the first fault. And because they're the wrong server, the other team won the point. All right, a beach scenario. Player number one serves the ball and gains a point. After some discussion, the scorer then notifies the second referee that the second number two should not service. How should the referees correct this situation? Very simple. By the serving team maintaining all the points it gained and the service receiving with number two, the score sheet may need correction to recommence the match. If the wrong player is found to have served, they can only be penalized by the loss of service if the scorer had correctly notified them that the wrong server prior to their having served. In this case, the scorer and the assistant scorer have committed an error in the procedures by not having indicated the incorrect server prior to serving. The second, if the scorer finds out during the rally that the wrong server was making the service. So what this is saying here, there's a little bit of an extra role in beach scoring is that there's these paddles, there's one or two, and what you need to do is you need to indicate who the correct server is. So let's say but because in this situation, um, oh, sorry, it's not very clear what happened in this situation, but if the situation happened like this, the paddle says one, so it has one or two. If the paddle says one, and the player number two goes to serve. Sorry, in this situation, player one serves, right? Player one serves. I put up one, and then I realize as a scorer that I should have actually put number two because it was my problem. It was my fault. They should not have. They shouldn't have. They should not be penalized for that because I told them the wrong information. But again, on the contrary, if I put up two and one serves, then it's an incorrect server. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So because I put up the right, it depends on what paddle I put up, but I have to put up a paddle. Yeah, I have to put up a paddle. Um, yes, 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 yes. Sorry, if I put up number two, sorry, if I put up number one, and number two serves, and it's meant to be number two serving, not number one, nothing happens. Number two just serves. Basic, very simple. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I take that back. Oh, yes, sorry. If I put up number one, and number two is meant to be serving, then number two goes to serve. Like I realize that number two goes to serve, but if I put up the paddle and it's right, and they don't. Sorry, I'll finish off this one and then I'll answer your concern, Jenny. So if I put up the right paddle and the wrong server is wrong, and I know that paddle is correct, then they lose the serve because it's the wrong. All right, so Jenny has asked, where does the second ref stand? It used to be the team committing the fault, or does it not matter? Yes, So the second ref. So I might stand up and demonstrate this one. Oh no, my image is cutting through the. So hydration. Okay, so they need to. What the second ref needs to do is they need to blow the whistle first. So let's say this is the net, yeah. This is the net, imaginary net. So if this team loses the point, I need to blow the whistle. Step to the losing side, say like out, and then sync up with the first referee, and then do this together. So you need to, because what you're looking at is the receiving team. You might as well be there anyways because they've lost a point, and you need to look at the receiving team after the serve. So yes, you need to go to the after you blow the whistle. You need to go to the losing side and just yes, you need to go to the losing side because you're there already. You need to be there already for the for the for the service Okay, but that's that. So that's beach scoring paddles. Confusing, I know. Um, basically, you tell them if you tell them who's serving, but if you're wrong, they don't get penalized. But if you're right and they serve incorrectly, then they get penalized. Straightforward. All right, scoring. So best of 5 sets for indoor, sets of 25. Fifth set is 15. Switch courts at beach. Interesting. I love it. I love how they switch every 7 points. Best of 3 sets to 21. Third set is played to 15, and they switch points, switch sides every 5 points. So this is an accumulative 7 or 5 points. So it's not each team wins 7 points and switch. It's both teams played 7 points and then they switch. Okay. And they have to have a lead of 2 points in order for the set to finish. I'm sure everyone's across this. This is probably one of the volleyball foundations. So ball in. The ball is in if any moment of its contact with the floor, some part of the ball touches the court, including the boundary lines. So it's talking about this compression here. Right. Okay. So the ball in is just pointing the arm to the floor, arm and fingers to the floor. The arm in. So I was pointed to the I was made aware of this point, like, which is very 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 realistic. You don't want to point to wherever the ball lands because it might vary every time. So you just point to a general direction, and that's in. And for lines, simple, just in. So it comes sideways, not down like a spike. It's side. Okay. All right. Now ball out. The ball is out when the part of the ball which contacts the floor is completely outside the boundary. So we're talking about the contact of the floor, not the shadow. So I've heard people talk about the shadow. Not quite right, or not right at all. It's the contact. It's the contact of the floor. It touches an object outside the ceiling, outside the court, the ceiling, or the person out of play. The ball is out when it touches the antenna, rope, post, or the net itself outside the side bands, and it crosses the vertical plane of the net partially or outside the crossing space. So out is that. Is the flag. Out. Out. I'm going to make sure I don't hit anything. Out. Again, out. Straight up. Out as the first or second referee is this. Out. So you don't have to make it 90 degrees, but it's somewhat 90 degrees, around 90 degrees, right in front of you. Right in front of you, not too close, not too up, just in front of you. And then if it crosses the vertical plane of the net partially or outside the crossing space, as a lines referee, you need to be on spot of that. Like you need to make sure you're looking at the antenna here, and you need to draw an extension. Does it talk about crossing space somewhere? There we go. It does. It does. It does. It does. Okay. So this crossing space is basically the space defined between an imaginary extension of the antennas. That's the crossing space. Anything external to that is called external space, of course. So the ball has to travel completely inside the crossing space. If it travels anywhere partially or outside the crossing space, then it's out. But how you signal as a lines referee is you point to the antenna, wherever the antenna is there, let's say, and you signal that to the referee. And it's crossed either partially or outside the crossing space into the court. Okay? And then, oh God, sorry. The ball touched. The ball touched. If the ball was touched and it lands out, then the correct signal for touch from the receiving team. Okay, yes. So I'll do the lines rep first. Yes. So, oh, it's actually blocking it. Oh no, it's not blocking it too much. Okay. So it's just antenna. Sorry, not antenna. The line, the flags, and then you put a hand on top of it. So you can come like that. You come like that. Whatever suits. Try not to hit yourself because the flag is coming towards you. And then we've got the ball touch. So one hand is the base of the tee, and then the other hand swiping away from the fingertips, 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 away. Okay. So a quick trick, not a trick, but people sometimes confuse, or it looks a bit messy when they try to do it on the one hand. So I want you guys to keep this in mind when you're doing this particular signal. Is if you call this side to win, this side must not touch the ball, right? So whoever the team who touched the ball is the base of this tee. Okay, it goes for timeouts as well. I'll talk about that later. But the base of the tee is the team who touched the ball. Okay, so always this hand is on the top. Yeah, if this team won the ball, this is the base of the tee, and this becomes the top. Okay, just make sure that you're aware of that, and not to have, if this team won, oh, it's touched by this side, but it wasn't touched by this side. It was touched by this side, right? So touched by this side. This team won, touched by this side. This team won, touched by this side. Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on. Crossing space. Check. Crossing space. Balls which pass through the external space may be retrieved by the team, but must be played through the same external space. Balls which pass through the crossing space cannot be retrieved. So what this is telling is, or what this is saying is, if the ball goes from here to there, wait, what is it saying? Oh, sorry, it starts from here to there. It can't go through there because it needs to travel back at the same external space, right? So let's use this one as an example. The ball comes out here. If it goes back onto the court via this crossing space, that's not good. The ball can come back here and can be played. Same goes with here. Here the ball goes out the external space, goes out the crossing space here. Sorry, goes out the this is very borderline. Goes out the external space here, comes out here, but because the ball traveling here hasn't gone through an external space, you can't. There's no point in retrieving it, anyways. Okay. Sweet. All right. Any questions? Please let me know. I'm reading the chat. Time to time. All right. So, case, when a ball lands near the line, the second referee gives a signal to the first referee, which is different from this line judge signal. What is the appropriate action for the first referee? So first of all, they should check, should grab all the information. Yes. Oh, sorry, they should, oh, whistle. Do your protocols first, whistle. Take in all the information and then decide on based on what they have seen. And then obviously because the first referees made that decision, they need to take responsibility for that. Whether it was, so obviously it depends on, first of all, who's closer to the signal, or who can see the fault, who can see the ball landing closer. Um, and then obviously, it depends who you trust as well. There's a lot of different aspects to consider here, but main one is to get all the information, um, at least perceive to be getting all the information. So you can tell your officials to come over. If it's very controversial, this is what I do. Um, this is what I do. If it's very controversial, but I personally know the answer myself, I'll just grab the line judge or the second referee over, whoever I need, and I'll just be like, hey, I know the call. I'm just grabbing you over just so that it looks like I'm checking with you, but I am checking with you. Um, and then be like, okay, thank you, and then I'll make the decision myself. So this is hacks 101, just to show everyone that yes, you are taking in information, but at times where you're not, you definitely should be grabbing as much information as possible. Um, okay, you're a team. Don't forget, you're a team. You can help out each other um, by doing that. You can definitely ask. So don't be afraid to ask. All right, beach. What should the referee do if a ball was played inside the court, touching the sideline, but obviously the line was minimally displaced during a previous defending action? Okay, so because beach, the line gets moved, the ball mark um, is quite prominent. So what they should do is they should fix the line first. Oh, sorry, they should not fix the line. They should call the ball in. If it was minimally sorry, I took this for the next question. Um, this if it was minimally displaced, then you leave it. But if you see, which is the next question, if you see the blinds being moved really significantly, um, you need to move the line first and then consider where the ball had landed, whether that was in or out. Okay, so let's talk about this one specifically again. So small movements of the line during a rally shall not result in the replacement of the line, and a decision will be made with the line in its position at the end of the rally. So minimally displaced, that's okay. Just consider where the line was, minimally displaced, and then treat the ball in or out depending on that situation. The exception to this would be if the line would be displaced at the very last stages of the play. So if yes, very very self-explanatory. If the line was displaced at the end, then yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. How would you define minimally displaced? How would you define the very last stages of the play? You have to make your own interpretation on that. But yes, the next question. What should the referee do if the ball landed inside the line, but obviously the line had been displaced substantially during a previous defending action? So yes, the first referee should have the line corrected, then call the ball in or out, depending on where the ball landed. Okay. So playing the ball, sorry, hits. The ball can be touched, can touch any part of the body. Yes, the ball can touch any part of the body, assuming it is one action. A team is entitled to 3 hits to put the ball over the net. 3 hits, not including we'll talk about the blocks, I think, later. Each team must play within its own area and space. So the first 3 touches of the team have 5 different cases: the service reception, the attack reception, the hit of the ball coming from the opponent's block, the hit of the ball coming from the team's block. And for beach, the player's block is considered the first touch. All right. In indoor, the ball may contact various parts of the body consecutively, provided the contacts occur during one action. One action. One action. So as long as it's in one action, how we define one action is, if the ball is going really fast and you're trying to and you try to set the ball, but it accidentally goes through your hands and it hits your head, provided your that was one action, provided the hand motion was one action, and it actually went through your hands, and you didn't try to pop it up with your head. One action, fine, keep going. For beach, if not played overhand with fingers, consecutive contacts are permitted, provided the contacts occur during one action. So with beach, it's just very, very particular with the overhand passes with finger passes. So the ball may not contact the fingers or hands consecutively. So any slight doubles in beach is not allowed, except for this thing called, or this terminology called hard-driven balls. Okay, I think we'll talk about that soon, even if the contacts occur during one action. Yes, that's right. Um, just keep that in the back of your minds, guys. Play hard-driven balls. Talk about that soon. All right, playing the ball, fault. Double contact, the ball hits the ball twice in succession, or the ball contacts various parts of the body in succession. 4 hits, the teams hit the ball 4 times before returning it. Catch, ball is caught and or thrown. Okay, is caught and or thrown. It does not rebound from the hit. To encourage longer rallies and spectacular actions, only the most obvious violations will be whistled. So going back to spectacular play and keeping the ball flying, only the most obvious violations. But if it's a double, it's a double. If it's a four, it's a four. If it's a catch, it's a catch. Catch and throw. Yeah. There's nothing like you have every right to call it, but try to promote this if you can. Your people are there to play volleyball, not to be caught on every single little fault that they do, right? Case so for beach and indoor, can a player legally hit the ball with the palm of one hand up? Yes, provided that the ball contact is rebound and not caught and or thrown. Yes. First referee must not be too hasty in whistling this play unless he can clearly see that the ball is caught and not thrown. So caught and or thrown is carries, or is a signal for catch and throw. Did I show the signal? Oh, I didn't actually do the signal. Sorry, guys. Let me just quickly do the signal. I just remembered something. So double contact 2, 2, full contact 4, 4, catch and throw. Okay, so this one is slightly, it varies. It's very similar to another thing that we did previously, which was the ball not tossed and thrown, which is this one. And then catch and throw is this one. So it's only one action. I'm just doing the repetitive, just to show you guys. So the difference between that is one arm is straight, so the ball not tossed is straight, but for catch and throw, the arm is actually bent. It's actually bent. Okay, that's the clear difference between between these two calls. Okay, we're for this one. Okay, indoor beach, one action. Yeah, so this is one action, but you can call catch and throw. You can call catch and throw for the first hit as well, provided that you see these two different phases, catching and throwing. All right, indoor and beach. In a match, the ball is legally played by both teams above the net in a joust. Extended contact with the ball by opponents, and then lands outside the court of Team A. Who now has to serve? All right, this one's a bit tricky and just requires a little bit of thinking. So, because it's landed outside of A, we assume that B has pushed it. We assume. So, why this is tricky is because we've assumed that, you can tell by a very, very slow-mo camera, but if you don't have the opportunity or the luxury of having these challenge systems in place, you have to take the assumption that because it's landed in A, B must have pushed it. B must have been the last person that pushed it. Yeah? Because B pushed it, that means B pushed it out. So B last contacted the out. So A will serve. Okay? I'll quickly go through that again. Because it's landed on A, we take the assumption that B has last pushed it over. And because it's landed out, we assume that B has last contacted this out ball. So, okay. Okay, play at the net. Play interferes with the play by, amongst others, touching the net between the antenna or the antenna itself whilst playing. Should a net be a carry and replay? Ooh. Ooh. Carry and replay. Jenny, is your question more towards a joust is a carry? Because the ball stopped in a joust. Well, there is that momentarily pausing of the joust. There is, yes, but because it's more the joust, so it was caught. That is true, but because it's the matter of, I guess the jousting definition comes on top of this catch and caught and or thrown definition. So the so that's why it's not caught as a carry. I would more heavily go towards the carry. Well, unless it's I wouldn't call this momentary stoppage as a carry unless it was actually stopped as by the two players. Like the two players, they go up and like it's actually stopped, and they're tall enough to keep their hands above the net. Then I would just call it a replay. Like it's just stopped and there's no movement. There's no movement. Then I'll be like, okay, guys, let's just start again. Honestly, but if um if the stoppage isn't momentary, if the stoppage is momentary, so like you can clearly just see, okay, there's a joust and then it moves, then I will see what the situation is. I'll see if this situation is still possible, or whatever the outcome is of that situation. Ball landing in, ball landing out, and then based on where the ball lands or which side of the court the ball lands, the corresponding winner will have the same. Does that answer your question, Jenny? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Yes. Good questions. Great questions. Keep asking. Keep firing them at me. Happy to answer them. Okay. Play the net. So we talked about the net touch between the antennas, using the net between the antenna as a support or stabilizing aid, creating an unfair advantage over the opponent by touching the net, making actions which hinder an opponent's legitimate attempt to play the ball, catching or holding the net. So any net touched by the player, if they're playing, if they've got the if they're playing the ball, that's the term. They're playing the ball, of course. If they're playing the ball and the net touched, that's fine. Sorry, that's not fine. That's a net touch. But if they're not playing the ball and they accidentally touch the net, like they nick it, and they're not playing the ball, then that's okay. But how you determine that, it's tricky. How you determine playing the ball, it's very tricky. Because all of these situations is playing the ball, right? Playing the ball. stabilizing aid. So like they could be jumping for an attack and then they end up holding the net. Yeah, it could be creating an advantage, but over the opponent by touching the net. Like they can drag the net down or net higher, whatever it is. But how you determine the play of the ball. So how I look at playing of the ball is if they're so if they're first, the obvious one is, they're actually touching the ball or they're actually going to play the ball or actually playing the ball, or if they're going to prepare to play the ball. So like preparing for a receive. If they're blocking the ball, that's playing the ball. Um, if they set the ball and then moments after setting the ball, and then if they're close to the net, they touch the net, that's a net touch. Something that I wouldn't say that the touching the ball, or sorry, something I would consider not playing the ball is, you know, if the ball is if the ball is all the way at the backcourt and they accidentally touch the net, and they're not playing the ball, like they're not going to play the ball at all, and accidentally touch the net. It's unlikely that's going to happen, but if it happens, you see it, you're like, okay, they're not touching, they're not playing the ball. Um, they're not playing the ball. Firstly, they're not using the net as a supporting aid. They're not creating an unfair advantage. They're not hindering the opponent's legitimate attempt to play the ball. The ball is like way back court, way back, like at the service zone. Leave that. Leave that. I'm giving you guys really bizarre examples, but things can happen, and just trying to give you guys some insights into what is and isn't considered a fault. Is shirt and hair considered an air touch? For hair, no, unless it what is this one? It gets caught into the net, which which possibly could make could hinder the opponent's legitimate attempt to play the ball. Shirt, very controversial, very controversial. Um, I call a shirt as a net touch. I call shirt as a net touch. Um, just on the basis that it's it's not written anywhere in the rules that it's not a net touch. So I'm taking that with the possibility that it is part of the body, and I take that as part of the body, and it's not explicitly mentioned in the rules that it isn't a net touch. It isn't a exception to the net touch, so that's okay. But the hair is definitely not a net touch unless it gets caught into the net or it hinders the opponent's legitimate attempt to touch to play the ball. Okay, Julianne, is it okay to touch the net area outside the antennas? Yes, yes, that is perfectly fine. So if you jump, you go for a spike, and you accidentally land, and you land outside the antenna. If it doesn't affect the net height, or it doesn't create an unfair advantage, then that's perfectly legal. That's perfectly legal. But you can't touch the antenna either. Yeah, just keep that note. Keep that in note. You can't touch the antenna or in between the net while playing the ball. All right. Any player close to the ball as it is played. Oh, of course they talk about it here. Um, Any player close to the ball as it is played or who are themselves trying to play it is considered in the action of playing the ball, even no contact is made with it. However, touching the net outside the antenna is not considered a fault. Very good, Julian. You've read these slides, haven't you? Somewhere. Anyways, indoor case, the attacker from Team A hits the ball from position 4, and opponent player brushes the net at the other side of the court in Team A's position 2. Is this a net fault? Well, it depends. So all of these depends. It depends. So why I say okay, let's go with this one. Like, go with the ruling first. No fault. Contact with the net between the antenna during the action of playing the fault. Contact with the net playing between Contact with the net between the antenna during the action of playing the ball is a fault. The action of playing the ball includes, amongst others, takeoff, hit, and landing safely and ready for action. Since the opponent was not in the action of playing the ball and had no effect on the play, he or she did not commit a fault. Okay, so unless okay, so this depends. The team A hit the ball from position 4. at the at where the setter on team A setted the ball. Like you can justify saying, oh, okay, it looked like team A setter was setting to team A position 2 instead of position 4. The player on opposite of team A, position 2, net touch is a fault because consider playing the ball in preparation of blocking the attack from position 2. So like very argumentative, but if it's very clearly that position 2 is not gonna hit the ball, they brush the net, very very light brush, then it's okay. But if they end up just hitting the net and the net bounces up and down, that's regardless of playing the ball or not, they've affected, they've created an unfair advantage over the opponent, or they've hindered an opponent's legitimate attempt of playing the collide. We're trying to collect. So Kai, are these two people on the same team? Assuming the ball stays up for the second touch. Stays up. Okay, if the two people collide on the same team, but the ball touches only one of them, I don't think the touching matters. It's all about like the action of playing the ball. So if they're both trying to play the ball and collide, and one of them touches the net, regardless, it's going to be a net touch. Okay. Does that answer your question, Kai? Perfect. All right. Went for this one. Okay. Now penetration into the opponent's court. A player enter the opponent's court space, provided that it does not interfere with the play, which is okay. Some part of the foot remains either in contact with or up directly above the center line. So it's all about that shadow. So with the ball, it's about the contact of the floor. But with the penetration, it's about the shadow. So if you imagine there's a spotlight right above the player's foot, and if that shadow hits or is contacting the line, that's fine. If the shadow doesn't contact the line, then it's not fine. It's about the full foot shadow, or yes, how to perceive this particular rule. Okay. In beach, there is no such rule as long as you don't interfere with the opponent's play. You can go anywhere. Yes, it's all about interference. All right, beach. If the attacking player lands, hits an opponent in its own playing space, court and space, causing the opponent to contact the lower part of the net, should the second referee whistle for interference? Yes. If you're causing a player to hit the net, it's very simple. It's very straightforward, right? So the attacking player should be whistled. The signal simply indicated to the offending player. Straightforward. All right. So one, reaching beyond the net. A player cannot contact the ball beyond the plane of the net unless they're blocking. In blocking, the player may place their hands and arms beyond the net, provided that this action does not interfere with the opponent's play. So a lot of these is about letting the opponent have the free will of playing the ball first, if it's on their side of the court. If it's not, you have the upper hand. If it's right in the middle, both teams have the opportunity to play that ball. Okay, but for blocking, they can place their hands up beyond the net, provided that this does not interfere with the opponent's play. So why I was so pedantic about the whole attack fault, which was a potential, putting up straight arm and then bending down, is because look at this, for example, versus or versus this. I'll do that again. Sorry, this or this versus this. All right. So what I'm trying to allude to is the potential for people to misunderstand, especially people who who are a bit late to your signals. For example, they hear the whistle and then they're like, "Oh, what's the call?" Oh, they see this, and then they'll be like, "I didn't reach over the net. I didn't reach over the net. Like this is the wrong interpretation of the call," and they can protest you. But what you were trying to actually say was an attack fault, but you ended up here, yeah. Or the other way you could, or the other way could be perceived. So like, you could have your arm up here when you're trying to say reach above beyond the net, but in actuality, people perceiving this as an attack fault. So um, just to be very clear, reach beyond the net is about just under just where your torso is, and then attack fault is up here, just above where your head is, or where your arm drops, for a perfect 90-degree. Exception of block are considered as an attack hit is complete. An attack hit is complete at the moment the ball crosses completely crosses the vertical plane of the net or is touched by an opponent for a block. Volleyball is a rebound sport and only the clear faults are seen are to be called. All right, so slightly tricky because there's characteristics of completed attack faults. So for indoor, if it's hit by a libero, when the net, obviously, regardless of where the libero took off, and also for indoor, when a backup player hits the ball. Oh, sorry, no, that's not the next one. So libero overhand, and the ball is hit higher than the top of the net. For beach, using an overhand finger action, or if using fingertips that are not rigid and together. So what this means is they're tipping. The tipping and the fingers are not rigid. So what not rigid means is the ball is passed with, like, it's tipped with the fingers, like how indoor usually tips. And it's a finger action, yeah. It's a finger action, so it could be like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. That's why people in beach, when they tip, they do the knuckle because it's rigid and it's together. And another attack hit fault is when there's an overhand pass, which is not perpendicularly trajected, or passed or pushed or attacked or pushed over to the other side of the court. So what that means is when you set the ball, if you're going to do an overhand pass, the pass needs to be perpendicular to where your weight, like it needs to be square to your shoulders need to be square in that direction. So you can't do one of these side sets. Yeah. So that's an attack fault. If you're doing an overhand pass, first of all, it needs to be very, very clean. So no double touch, no carries, and it needs to be in the direction of where your shoulders are squaring to. All right. For one common one is on the opponent's serve, when the ball is completely higher than the top of the net in the front zone, it's attacked. Okay, and again, the difference of the signal is hand vertically up, down, hand vertically up, down, hand vertically up, down. Okay. All right, backcourt attack. A backcourt player can attack from the front court if the ball at contact was partially or entirely below the height of the net. If they do want to attack above the height of the net, their feet takeoff needs to be behind the attack line. So back row attack hit is a fault when the hit is complete. So again, the hit is complete when it A, crosses the net, or B, when the ball is touched by an opponent. So it could be through a block, or it could be received, whatever it is. but it's not completed unless it satisfies one of the two things here. So, scenario: if there's a backcourt attack fault, but the player hits it into the net, but at the same moment, the blocking team net touches, who's at fault? Something to think about. Well, I'll take a quick water break. So I'll repeat my question again. If a player commits a attack hit fault from backcourt, but the ball is hit into the net, and at that same moment, while the ball is still drilled into the net, the player on the other side who was blocking net touches. Whose fault is it? What's the first fault? Is the first fault the back row attack hit? Is the first fault the ball hitting the ground, or is the fault a net touch fault? Correct answer is the net touch fault. Because the ball hadn't been completed yet, the next subsequent fault would have been the net touch, and then it would have been the ball hitting the floor. But because the net touch was there, the net touch would have been called. Okay. Need to be able to distinguish the completeness of the hit, complete rallies, all of that stuff. Always interesting to learn about that. All right, so don't tell me this is the same situation. Okay, a back row setter jumped from the. Oh no, it's different. A back row setter jumped from within the front zone and set the ball while it was completely above the height of the net, directing it towards an attacker. Before the attacker could contact the ball, it penetrated the vertical plane of the net where it was blocked by the opponent's setter. Was this a fault? And when did it occur? Is an additional question I'll give you guys. Backcourt hitter. Yes. Yes. That's right, Jenny. That's right. That's right. This is considered a backcourt hitting fault. Yes. So it would have been completed when the ball was blocked by the setter. Okay. Even though even like the attacker could have saved it by touching the ball before it reached it reached over to the other side of the net. But it wasn't, so it was considered a backcourt attack. All right, now we got into this hard-driven ball aspect. Okay, so this is, I guess, a beach specialty. Um, it it's not quite as what the name suggests, but a hard-driven ball is, I guess, a result of that of an actually hard-driven ball. But basically, a hard-driven ball is it's just a term to determine, or it's a term to suggest the timing that the player has to receive that particular ball. So hard driven because yes, it's hard driven, but also is it actually a hard driven ball if it um, actually sorry, if they've had enough time to make that or to react to that ball. So let's have a read of what the slides have given us. The indication of a hard-driven ball is the time in which the defensive player has to react to the ball. If the defensive player had time to make a decision about how they play the ball, it was probably not a hard-driven ball. In the defensive action of a hard-driven ball, the ball contact can be extended momentarily if an overhand finger pass is used. Okay, so we're going to go through some examples. So just look at how much time they've got to react. So not this one, coming up, this one. So you can see that the ball is spinning. You can see the ball is spinning. go back to around here, spinning, but then you got to consider how much time he has to react to that. So, oh God. So he doesn't actually have a lot of time to react to that ball. See? Oh God, why is it doing that? He's actually got point four of a second to react to that ball, which is extremely fast, I would say. So in that case, that the referee didn't call a you know a a double because of that. But um, yeah, so that's a hard driven ball. I guess the next example is there a hard driven ball here? So I guess it might have happened too quickly, but it was around here. Sorry guys, just changing up my phone a bit. Connected, perfect. So it would have happened. It was somewhere here where the oh no, too fast. So here, okay. So how you also identify that is basically you want to look at how if that player taking that hard driven ball is ready. Like is he ready to take that ball? If he isn't, how you identify that is you can look at their reaction to it. You can look at their stance. So if you look at that, I don't think anyone's in that position. Like anyone's going to be in that particular position to to take any balls. Like that's out of that to me is out of like a hard driven ball moment where I haven't actually had like that particular player hasn't actually had enough time to react to that, and as such, they've had to go into this stance in order to take that ball. So I guess I agree with what the referee's done here, and then now the players are just like, whoa, what's happening? Oh, he's not a double. He's not a double. Um, sorry, that was probably a really bad depiction of players, but not to stereotype here, but I sound like that when I play. Honestly, like when I winch, you don't want to have me as a player when you're refing guys. So yeah, so how you guys are looking at the hard driven balls when you get an opportunity to ref. Beach is looking at the reaction time to it and also the stance. I would say these two main things. But there is one exception to a hard-driven ball, which is this example, I think. Yes, which is this example. So if a referee judges a service ball as a hard-driven ball and allows the receiving player an extended contact overhand with fingers, can the captain of the serving team seek clarification from the first referee? Yes, they can, because the service is the only exception to the hard-driven ball rule. It is illegal to receive a serve ball in this way. If the player contacts the ball overhand with fingers, the contact must be clean, not a double or a catch. Okay. All right. Blocking. I think this is one of the last ones before the next section. Yeah, and then we'll quickly take another 10-minute break just to grab some food, quick snack, and then we'll come back, knock it off. Okay, blocking. So blocking is the action of players close to the net to intercept the ball coming from the opponent by reaching higher than the top of the net, regardless of the height or ball contact. At the moment of the contact with the ball, a part of the body must be higher than the top of the net. A block is completed whenever the ball is touched by a blocker. Okay, so for indoor, only front players can complete a block. Beach, either player can, but the block will consider as a hit. Consecutive, quick, and continuous contacts with the ball may occur by one or more players, blockers, provided that the contacts are made during one action. Some blocking faults. We went through the blocking fault signal. Have a go at that now. It's a fault for a liberal to attempt an individual or collective block. So, going back to this definition, I don't know. Yeah, going back to this definition, a block is completed whenever the ball is touched by a blocker. So, the attempt of the block is everything in this definition. So the player close to the net trying to intercept the ball coming from the opponent by reaching higher than the top of the net. At the moment of the contact with the ball, much higher than the top of the net. So the block isn't completed unless it's touched by the blocker. So if the libero is close to the net, trying to intercept the ball coming from the opponent by reaching higher than the top of the net, then that considers an attempt. But if they're not close to the net, how you define that? Subjective. Are they reaching higher than the top of the net? Are they? If they are, then that's attempt. If they're under it, then that's okay. All right. The backcourt player completes or participates in a completed block. Very, very explanatory. Blocking a service. Can't block or attack a service. So that's a blocking fault. Blocking fault, you could be sent out. The ball could be sent out. The blocking ball in the opponent's space. Blocking the ball in the opponent's space from outside the antenna. Why would you do that? But okay, that's a blocking fault. That's an out. And then the blocker touches the ball in the opponent's space before simultaneously with the opponent's hit. It's a very regular thing to see as well. Players are just so eager to touch the ball before, trying to stop the ball before the opponents had an opportunity to touch the ball. That's reach. That's reach. Blocking is when the block shouldn't have had occurred. So that's either an attempt of a libero or a completed backcourt player block or participates. Okay, that's blocking faults. All right, so the ball made multiple contacts with the head and hands of several blockers. Should this be permitted? Yes. Yes. Provided no separate actions, this is considered one contact. After the block, the team is allowed 3 more contacts. So this is indoor, please note. This is indoor. Okay, now, that's Lachlan. Okay, we're going to take a quick, somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll knock off the rest of this, okay? Yeah, okay. Now enjoy your break, guys. I will catch you guys soon. How much we got left? Not long. 30 slides. Yes. 27 slides. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Let me know. Please excuse my waffle eating. Hmm. For those who are back, I hope everyone's doing well, doing okay. Um, we're nearly there. Final stretch. Got another 27 slides left. Um, so if you guys let me know when you're back, we can get back onto it and hopefully finish on time. I have a tendency to finish late because I talk too much. Hopefully this isn't the case, but I'm really sorry about my internet connection, guys. I'm here, but I hope you guys are enjoying content so far. Um, I will send out a feedback form at the end, so just to hear any feedback you guys got. Did this platform work? Um, all that stuff. Would you prefer a Teams meeting? Whatever. Let me know. Like this is after after this. But yeah. All right. Thank you, Julianne. Thank you, Jessica. Hmm, thank you, Kai. Thank you, Jenny. I think we're waiting for Carla. That's right. We'll wait for another couple minutes. Oops. Oh, I think Carla's back based on chat numbers. Carla, can you confirm you're back? If you are, I will start. If not, I will wait for you. Okay. Carla, if you're back, that's great. If you're not, I'll just get you to catch up this quick. We're just going through like timeout subs, all of that stuff. If you'd like to catch back, that would be good. But we'll just get started so we don't finish too late. Okay, back at it, guys. Again, I'm just gonna. This is towards the end of the. Well, two more sections, I guess. Two more small sections. And then that's the end. So we'll get through this. And this is quite interesting, I would say. Well, this isn't, but the next part is. This stuff you may or may not have known as a player, but we'll quickly go through this so you're aware what needs to be done or what can be done. Okay. Now interruptions. This is a time between a completed rally. So if you remember 2-3 hours ago, or 2 hours, around 2 hours ago or 2.5 hours ago, I was mentioning something about completed rally. So this is where it needs to shine. During an interruption, and like this interruption must happen between a completed rally or completed rallies, and then the next whistle for service. Okay, during an interruption, a team can make one substitution request, which can involve multiple players, and up to 2 timeouts requests per set. For beach, 1 timeout request per set, and then they can request clean sunglasses. So I guess highlighting the substitution request again, so they can't make 2 substitution requests. They can make multiple substitutions in the one request, but they can't make multiple requests. For beach, you can make 1 timeout, and that's it. They only have 1 timeout. They can't request to clean the same pair of sunglasses twice. So they need to make sure they clean it once, and that's good. They can't request to get it cleaned again. Otherwise, things are going to happen. And what these things are, they're called delays. We'll talk about delays after substitutions and timeouts, I believe. Yes. So subs, FIVB, 6 subs allowed. For SVL, you get 12. So the slight difference is 6 sub, each player can only play in one position per set except the libero. Both players can only substitute into that corresponding position. For 12 sub, up to 3 entries per player starting on the court is considered as 1 entry. Multiple players allowed to be in one position, but each player is only allowed to be in one position. So what this means is you can have players 1 to 10 playing in that position 1. Oh, sorry, that won't make sense because you get more than 12 players. But you could have players 1 to 5 playing in position 1, and then you could have 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 playing in position 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's allowed. And then players 1 to 5, they can change for either for any of those players in that position 1. That's a slight difference. But 12 subs interesting. I prefer 12 sub. There's more players that can go on for other players, and there's more movement. There's more things to do as an official as well. Okay, intervals and change of court. For indoor, there's 3 minutes between sets. This 3 minutes usually is calculated to be 2 minutes 30 to when you call the teams onto the court, and then you get 30 seconds to as a second referee to check the rotations, make sure everything's fine before you authorize the service in the 3 minutes. You get 30-second timeouts, and then change of courts after each set. In the deciding set, teams change courts at 8. For beach, you get 1 minute between sets. So as an official, this is quite, for someone who just got into the beach, into beach volleyball, I find this 1 minute in between sets really, really tight, because you got to ask, you got to remember which team lost the serve from lost the toss from the first set, and then you need to go chase them up and say, hey, what side do you want? What do you do you want serve? Do you want to serve or do you want to receive? And then you got to go to the other team, ask them what they want. They probably take like 10 to 15 seconds to decide, and then you're going to go back to the first team and then tell them, oh, they've decided to stay on this side. You'll be on this side. Yeah, starting serve is the same or not, and then you're going to go tell that to the scorer. So 1 minute. It's very tight. But the timeouts, 30 seconds, is still the same. They change courts between each set, and every 7 points in the first 2 sets, and then 5 points in the deciding set. So before the start of the deciding set, a new coin toss is conducted. Okay. Now, same with the touch out. You want to do the base of the tee. You want to do the base of the tee for the team who called it for the timeout. So if this team called the timeout, you want to do the base for this tee there, yeah, and then point to this side. Okay. If it's this side who wants to call the timeout, you want to do the base of the tee for this side, and then put the top with the other hand, and then use your base arm to point to this side, right? And that's timeout. If you want to do change of courts, if you want to imagine this, the players on the court, the players are in front of you. You've got a team on this side, and you've got a team on this side. Okay. The fist, what the fist represents is the teams. Yeah. So this team, left hand team, is represented by the left hand knuckle or the fist. The team on the right is representing the team on the right with this fist. What am I saying? The fist on my right hand represents the team on my right hand side. Okay. Now you might see on the picture here on the slide that one fist is in front, one fist is in the back, which is perfectly what basically representing what that's showing you in front here. So the team on your left, you want to start with this. Your left fist is in front, and then your right fist is behind you. Yeah. And then you want to simulate how the teams will move during the change of courts. So this hand, which is the left team, will come around you, behind you to go to the other side, whereas the team on the right will come from the right-hand side, which is denoted by the bat, to the front, around you, in front of you to go to the other side. Okay? So it's just simply one motion, yeah? One motion. Simply one motion. Yeah, one motion. Just one motion. Just one motion. Like so. You don't have to go crazy doing these ones. Just one motion. Okay? Okay. Now, case beach. After the whistle for service, the captain of Team A requests a timeout from the second referee and starts walking to the chair. The second referee does not blow the whistle and tries to get the teams back onto the court. The first referee seeing this calls a replay and grants Team A their request for TO, for timeout. Is this the proper procedure? No. After the referee has whistled for service, the captain of Team A has no right to ask for a timeout, and certainly was not granted permission to leave the court. Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you. After the whistle for service by the first referee, the service should have been executed. So this applies to indoor as well, I guess. Um, you need the second referee to blow the whistle, as well as the first referee to acknowledge that the timeout has been blown before the timeout's actually been authorized, right? There comes problems. Should it be a time delay? Yes, yes. Well, yes, it is a time delay, but also you can consider this to be a misconduct as well. You know, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to like? Is it sportsmanlike behavior to do whatever you want? You know, not really. Like it could be debatable if it was a delay or a sanction or a misconduct sanction. Um, Depends on how you perceive it as a first referee, but definitely it's either a time delay or a sanction, or a sanction, and or a sanction. Um, yes, but there could be a dilemma where the first referee is ready to serve, ready to authorize the service by having the arm up, but then the second referee blows out for a timeout. So we want to avoid that because as soon as the first referee puts up his or her arm, basically everyone's ready. Everyone should be ready. And there's no reason for you to call a timeout as a second referee if you know that everyone's ready and you got to be that person to stop and change that. So if a coach comes up to you, calls a timeout when the first referee's put up the arm, shoo them away. Shoo them away. Only call that timeout when the first referee hasn't put up his or her arm. That way you don't create unnecessary delays, and that way the game's a bit more flows a little bit more smoothly. Ball mark. Okay. When the ball lands on sand, it leaves a raised edge crater. If the line crosses inside the crater, it is in. Conversely, if it lands outside the top of the crater, is out. As a line judge, you're providing information to the referee. The final decision is the referee's. So this is a very interesting aspect of beach, but it's very it's very self-explanatory. It's about that ball crater, where it lands. If it doesn't even touch the line, then it's out. Simple, simple, simple. All right, now we've got to go to delays. Okay, now teams cannot delay the game. I like this part. It's about sanctioning. Not that I like sanctioning, but I like to use sanctions because I don't personally use too much sanctioning myself. So I like to try to do more sanctioning. So understanding more sanctioning is very beneficial for me, but it's also for you as well, understanding what you can sanction and what you shouldn't be sanctioned. So delay. So there's two sanction scales. One sanction scale is about time related, so about delays, and then another sanction scale is about misconduct. So we'll talk about delays first. I think misconduct's a little later. Anyway, first delay is sanctioned with a delay warning. Delay sanctions are for the entire match. There are no other consequences. Every subsequent delay is sanctioned with a delay penalty, point and service to opponents. So, indoor, request to tie shoelace. So I can't stress this more enough to players and to coaches and to referees. They can't explicitly state and request for tying the shoelace. Yeah? If they do want to tie the shoelace, they can't tell me. They can't put up their hand They can't say, hey, wait, I need a time. I should. They can't. It's explicitly stated in the guidelines. Sorry, not guideline, in the casebook. In the casebook that they cannot. If they do want to tie the shoelace, just tie the shoelace and just don't tell me. I'll let that go. So what I would do if they're going to tie the shoelace just before the serve, I'll just take an extra few seconds just to do my checks. What these checks is just to check everyone is ready. Yeah. Yes. Beach request to wipe glasses after being ready. So, like as a player, you need to be on top of your stuff. You need to make sure. Oh, if your glasses are dirty, you notice it straight away. You get it wiped. You don't get it wiped. Oh, when everyone's ready. Not returning to the court after timeout. Happens. Like they don't know. They don't hear the whistle. A lot of excuses, but if the second referee whistle, you can hear it, and it's very, very loud and clear. There's no excuse not to hear that. So could be a warning, could be a penalty afterwards, and then repeated improper requests to the officials. So these improper requests aren't touched on too much in SVL, but what they are is basically they include uh, calling a time. Sorry, this includes calling an interruption when the first referee has his or her arm ready for authorization of serve. This could also be a this could also be like honestly a what do you call that? A second substitution request before a completed rally, and the second referee knows about it and just shoos it away. Um, that can be a delay as well, I guess. Um, but yeah, just repeated improper requests. So the second proper request is considered a delay warning or delay, whether that's a delay warning or a delay penalty. Um, but yeah, it's not so much. It doesn't so much happen in SVL. There's no box to ticket, so I wouldn't be stressing too much about it. But it does happen. All right. So how you do these hand signals? Where are my cards? Sorry, going back. That, that card on your wrist, on your wrist, on your wrist, and then the hand that's not holding the card will point to either side. Will point at the side. Will point to the side that is given this sanction. Yeah. So you got this side, that, this side, that. Okay. It's the same for red. It's the same for red. Sorry. The same for red. That's right. Okay. So anything involving a penalty, this goes for delays as well as misconduct sanctions. Penalties, you reward a point. Just penalties. Just penalties. You reward a point to the opponent. And how you denote that on the score sheet is you circle that point. You know how typically on a score sheet you would cross off that point, but for a penalty point you would circle that point just to denote that it's slightly different and it's a penalty instead of a normal point. Okay. Prior to the start of the third match, how are we doing for time? Ooh, bit tight. Prior to the start of the third match of the set, the first referee whistled the teams to enter the court. One team did not react when they were too slow to respond. The first referee issued a delay warning to them. The team then entered the court. Was this an appropriate action by the first referee? Yes, but also depends. Again, yes, the first referee acted correctly. The teams must be summoned to take their positions on the court. If they don't react, the first referee must issue a delay warning to them. If the team still did not react, a delay penalty would have been given. So why I say depends is because it goes back to that relationship or that human side of you as a referee, which I'll touch on later, um, and how heavy you want to enforce that. It yes, like from what I see, like I try to be as sympathetic or empathetic as possible. Um, but in situations where like the second referee's clearly done like fulfilled their responsibility and the teams still aren't doing anything, then then I would enforce something. I would enforce more, like a sanction or a warning. But if it's like if they know if it like you can treat this as a standard. If they know better, enforce it. If they don't, educate. You're here to facilitate the game and not police every single little action. You know, what I hate to see is you offering a delay warning on the first point of the game. Um, but if they deserved it, I think offering that is right. But if they didn't hear if the second ref whistle was really soft, there's different aspects to consider when issuing a sanction, and I guess that's something I'm working on in terms of should how strict should I be enforcing these sanctions? You know, um, I've definitely given more sanctions this year than the year before, but yeah, just it doesn't create a good relationship between yourself, the players, the officials, all of that stuff. Is how I see it as well. So that's one thing that's limiting myself offering sanctions. But if they're doing something wrong, you got to help manage that. And if it means providing them with the sanction, then you provide them with the sanction. Okay. All right. Conduct during a match. So sportsmanlike conduct. So we're going towards the other side of the sanction scale, which is the misconduct. So sportsmanlike action, participants must know the official volleyball rules and abide by them. Participants must accept referees' decisions with sportsmanlike conduct without disputing them. Clarification may be requested only from the game captain. Participants must refrain from actions or attitudes aimed at influencing the decisions or the referees or covering up faults committed by the team. Fair play. Participants must behave respectfully and courteously in the spirit of fair play towards the official, the opponents, teammates, and spectators. Communication between team players during the match is permitted. So if they don't do that, then it's very likely that you can offer them a sanction. What I like to do is I like to have a word with them first. If things get out of control after that, like I really try to use that human aspect of a referee, not just a referee, but as a friend or as a fellow volleyball community person, just to say, hey, you're going overboard. Can we try to minimize that? If not, I've got these to help me out if you need them. I'm not trying to blackmail them, but I'm just trying to help make sure the game is well under control. And also, just because one player doesn't like it doesn't mean you have to stop the game for it. And if you have to stop the game for it to give them these for them to stop what they're doing, do that. Okay. So minor misconduct. Minor misconduct, a yellow card. Sanction is issued to an individual in the team, which can include coaches and staff members, but the sanction applies to the whole team for the rest of the match. Additional misconduct, sanctions will be a penalty or red card. So there is that stage one of a verbal warning for a minor misconduct. So this could be like something like, yelling across the court, in a mean manner. You can have a word with that particular person, or you can have a word with the captain and say, hey, I need you to stop yelling across the court with with the mean words that you're saying. If you can't stop that, I'll have to give you a yellow card. Just warn them. You're there to prevent further sanctioning. However, if they do jump up the sanction scale, then you have to award it according to the different misconducts they've got. All right. So um, the reason why I've said that there's two different scales is because they're totally irrelevant. They're totally independent from each other. So why I say this is because this minor misconduct yellow is a card per team per match. They can also receive a delay warning, which is a yellow card for delay sanction, and that's totally fine. And you gotta and that's why there's two different scales. You can get one yellow in the delay sanction scale, and you can get a yellow in the misconduct scale. Sanctions, more sanctions. So outside of minor misconduct, there are more serious offences. So rude conduct, actions contrary to good manners or moral principles. How you these are very subjective. Okay, I mean the rude conduct and minor misconduct. Um, to this date, I don't think I've cleared up my head what's a minor and what's a rude conduct, but um, so it's up to I guess I guess the clear line for me for rude conduct is like swearing at a coach. Sorry, swearing at an opponent player or their team player or at an official is a rude conduct for me. That draws my line. Um, if they try to influence me as well, I think that's borderline minor, but I would probably lean that to a rude conduct. Um, because they can't influence you as a from a player's point of view, right? Um, and then so a rude conduct contributes to a penalty card. So just a penalty. I don't know why they hold it like that, but it's a weird way of how they're holding it. Oh, is it like that? Like they hold it. Anyways. Sorry to get sidetracked. Um, so penalty. Remember, it's a point to the opponent. So that's something that people always try to avoid. Expulsion is the next one. So offensive conduct. So any defamatory or insulting works or gestures or actions expressing contempt. So like I would say, or like root finger or like um, anything like mocking I would deem that as offensive. So like expulsion. So it's just split. So as in cards together but split half is expulsion. It's it's one arm up with the cards and then one arm. Yes. And then another arm, hand, palm, finger pointing to the particular player. Yeah. And then the next one is disqualification, which is aggressive behavior. So like if a player goes up to another person, like starts pushing them around, kicking them, hitting them, whatever it is, actual physical attack or aggressive or threatening behavior, that's disqualification. So I guess the penalties or the consequences of these sanctions they differ slightly, right? So obviously the words, the card, the, the combination of the cards. Um, so penalty is just a point to the opponent. Expulsion is typically off for the set, yeah, off for the set, and disqualification is off for the game. So depending on the competition, there's different like regulations, like point system, like monetary fines if they do reach that to that particular level. Um, but yeah, so obviously that player or that particular staff official hasn't followed um, the code of conduct basically of what typically volleyball Australia would expect of them. That's why they would have reached to these sanction levels. Repeated offences are sanctioned with the next sanction level. Sanctions remain in force for the entire match and are recorded on the score sheet. So let's say there's two rude conduct episodes that happens for that particular same player. Then you would offer them first a red card penalty, and then second of all an expulsion. So you wouldn't offer them a penalty again because it's a second offence, right? Same goes with like offensive conduct. If they're swearing, if they're making like mocking gestures, rude finger, all of that stuff, again and again. You know, the second time, bang, disqualification, right? There's no two disqualifications because they're out of the game, right? There's no opportunity for them to um, repeat their offense. Okay, so that's the sanction scale. Um, this is just a long-winded table of, oh, what happens if you get 3 rude conduct situations like that? Okay, and just talks about where they need to be situated when they get that particular sanction. Um, so basically, expulsion, they have to leave the playing area, and then they have to stay in the penalty area, which is behind the scorer's bench. And then disqualification is they have to leave the competition area. All right, and then it's the same for it's very similar for beach, but basically for beach the rude conduct carries on to the next it carries it it freshens it carries on to the next set basically. Yeah. But because they've got 2 players, any expulsion disqualification will deem them as incomplete, and they have to lose the game or the set or the match, depending on um, what it is. Yeah. Okay. Right. What is the appropriate response by the first referee if a game captain constantly questions first referee decision? Have a chat. Sanction. Having a chat is this warning. You know, should warn the game captain. Um, the fact that they're constantly questioning the first referee's decision means that they're trying to influence the first referee in making the decisions of what favors them, most likely in this case. So this is misconduct, unsportsmanlike behavior. If the behavior continues, the game captain should be sanctioned for the rude conduct with a red card. One thing that I wish I learnt was how to say particular things when I offer a sanction. So I'll give you an example so you guys have something to work around. So you just have to be very, very brief, very straightforward. Say, if you know their name. If they don't know their name, like I'm offering you a penalty for rude conduct, for your rude conduct in swearing to an official. Please, please stop this behavior. If this behavior continues, I'll have to offer you the next level, the next sanction level, which is an expulsion. Okay. Usually by that time, people will shut up and they'll just play volleyball and they won't be too fussed about the whole emotional side of volleyball. But if that doesn't work, you know, you've offered them, you've given them basically the options they've got. They can stop their bad behavior, or they can keep receiving more sanctions. So you're basically putting it up to them, and them to decide what they want. Okay. All right. That's sanctions. Emotional a little bit, but exceptional interruptions. Um, Serious accidents on court, player injured. Leave them. Leave them. Find help. Chief referee or the competition manager will help. Um, as a first referee, don't get off the stand unless you need to go find someone for help. Ask the second referee to do that, to find the help, and just let them be. You don't want to move them unless you know they can be moved. You don't accidentally move them and then accidentally hurt them more. Any external interferences like you know, cat running onto the court, ball rolling onto the court. You know, if you got some heavy storms happening, yeah, um, yeah. If in beach, if it rains, you still play until it's like a thunderstorm. Damages on the net, you know, you need if you notice it, get help, get help, get help. You might need to come off the stand to help fix the net, but yeah, just get help. Someone will help you. All right, end of set. All right. So end of set. This is the signal for it. End of set. So you need to do this as a first referee. You need to do this as a scorer. Yes. So first referee blows the whistle. Signals end of set. Changes to court. If it's a deciding set, then they go down to the stand, get down the stand to do a coin toss. The second referee, they don't need to blow the whistle. What they need to do prior to the set is get rotations. Get rotations. Grab the ball. Get the rotations. Prior to the start of set, signals change of court if requires. Oh, okay. Yeah, what that means is because sometimes I don't know. Wait, do I understand what I was trying to say? No, I don't. Why do you have to change courts at the start of the set? Shouldn't they know already? They should know already which side they're starting on. If a deciding set, do coin toss. Yes, so that's for beach, sorry. So for beach, if it's a deciding set, the second referee does coin toss. Okay. Oh, got a question. Can the rest of the team leave the court if extended delay? What can they do? Oh, okay. Great question, Jenny. Um, Depends what the delay is. Um, but typically the teams are advised to get off the court. What can they do? Um, they can't do much. They can't do anything. They can't. What can they do? They can't. Can they do warm up in free zone? No, no, they can't. Um, yeah, they can't. Oh, if it's an injury, they just need to get off the court. They can have a chat, but no balls. Hope that answers your question, Jenny. Okay, post match. So, oh, end of match. Oh, okay. We have to decide that lost the point. Oh, okay. Sorry. First referee blows the whistle, awards the point, signal ends the match. Gets down from the stand and shakes the team's hand. Second referee moves to the side that lost the point. Wait for the first referee to signal end of match. Move to the side of the first referee to shake hands. Straightforward. Score sheet. Scorer completes the match results. Assistant scorer signs. Scorer signs. Team captain checks. Signs. Second ref checks, signs. First referee checks, sign. So this happens in this chronological order. So it goes like that. Sorry, goes like that. Goes like that. So the scorer checks it, team captains check it, second referee, and then the first referee. Okay. Now scoring. I want to do a scoring workshop for you guys maybe next week since we're still in lockdown. Um, so there is some videos to watch how to learn how to do scoring. And for beach, there is a video. I don't know where it is, but I can find it. But um, what is that? Oh, okay. And then there's some beach volleyball score sheets, resources. Okay. Now official documents. This will change next year, hopefully, or after the Olympics. Um, that's still active. Guidelines, instructions, casebook. Very interesting to read, as well as beach 2017. I think this will change as well. Guidelines, casebook, very good to read. Guidelines for some the guidelines is a bit longer than the indoor one for some reason. I don't know why. Just keep a note. Each competition may have its own rules and regulations that govern them. I will have a link to this resource soon. I mean, at the end. All right, policies and regulations. VA member protection policy, working with children. Sports Medical Medicine Australia, Concussion Policy, Concussion in Sport Australia, Sports Medicine Australia, Blood Policies. Please check with tournament regulations. So just be aware of this. Probably least that you'll touch on. Um, but I guess this goes towards the end, or more like a wrap up of refereeing, or just to highlight the different aspects of refereeing that you can do, and how that links up with what we call the grading summary. So from a knowledge point of view, so in this framework, in this development framework, there's four slight aspects, which is knowledge, application, competency, personal branding. So knowledge is like, how you get information, online learning. You get it from just talking to people, through this course, through other workshops, whatever it is. Your application of it. So you're doing SVL, you're doing different roles, different levels, different environments, in different volleyball types settings. So indoor, beach, para volleyball, competency. So how you getting better at it. Are you looking to get a mentor? Are you getting some more formal feedback um, from some more experienced referees? So that's assessments on the court, off the court, and match performance as well. And also the aspect of personal branding. Um, knowing yourself, how you're portraying for in front of people. Um, your interaction with different people as well. So this framework kind of builds up onto this uh, grading summary of human technical conceptual ability. Um, and these grading summary and grade these three areas form the grading summary, as I mentioned. And it's just basically a few different aspects that, uh, not not myself personally, but when we look at a referee, we want them to be able to um, achieve not just knowing the rules, but also like how we interact with people, and also how, knowing volleyball refereeing isn't just one aspect of knowing the rules and that's it. It's about all these different parts coming together, and um, and creating this sport of volleyball, I guess. So um, yeah, so that's a really brief description of this. Um, and I will send through. Oh, actually, I have the summary here somewhere, um, to look at. Oh, no, no, it's this one. So look at this. This is what we call the VARC grading summary, and each highlight is different. Each highlight represents each the three fields that we want to be promoting. Um, there's no So what this means is you can't there's no um, there's not a one way aspect of volleyball. It encompasses all these different aspects, which makes you a referee. So you can't be a really what this is saying, you can't be a really good referee if you just know the rules. Yeah, you need to be able to prepare for it. You need to be able to you need to understand pre-match duties. There's not a lot of conceptual, but like, knowing the rules and knowing how to apply it. Um, Knowing the rules is great. Like, don't get me wrong, but knowing how to apply the rules is another aspect. So, um, why I dwell on this is because when we're looking to do assessments for you guys as chief referees, we refer to this. If you tick all the boxes here under development, which is level 2, then we think you are ready to become a level 2. So you can use this as a reference guide before you do an assessment. Just to know you tick all of that. And for me, I need to be ticking all of these in elite because I'm a level 3. And if I do want to go to level 4, which is mastering, I need to be able to tick all of these before I do an assessment. So that's that. Um, so just note there's a lot of different pathways to become a referee or to referee. You know, there's indoor, which is you've got your junior tournaments, you've got schools cup, you got this is AYVC, and then there's also the AJVC, which it's an invitation only tournament for referees. There's AVSC. Those are really good opportunities to referee. If you're looking for more local stuff, it's more SVL, your schools cup, your AVL. If you're looking for beach, there's AJBVC. You've got local beach tournaments. You've got state tour, beach tours, national beach tours as well happening. So there's a lot of different options in beach and indoor. But there's also like other avenues that you can go. You can do para volleyball, you can do light volleyball, you can do grass volleyball, you can do snow volleyball. There's anywhere that has a surface and you can set up a net. You can have volleyball and you can referee. So don't be limited to just indoor. Try something else. So I've tried beach. I've tried para volleyball is very interesting. I've tried playing it as well. So basically your bum needs to be on the contacting the floor. If you lift your bum, then you get called for like lift, which is your bum elevating above the ground. So it's very interesting. There's not just beach and indoor. There's multiple different avenues you can go to. But that just wraps up all the course. There's just some final remarks I'd like to mention. Um, so there's opportunities to ref at SVL when that comes back on. Hopefully this lockdown is the final lockdown. Hopefully everyone behaves and don't go anywhere. In terms of payments for refereeing opportunities, that goes through the treasurer. I also manage the treasurer email as well. So if you do want to say hi to the treasurer, that's myself. There's other resources like the rules guideline casebook, which I've linked previously in a previous email, but I've also put it here. I'll also send through another email after this course, just to summarize. I'll give you a copy of these slides as well as all these links made available. The log sheet level requirements is through this website. I thought I'll show you this one because a lot of people end up asking, not knowing where it is or what it is, or where it is basically. So if you look here, it shows like the requirements of being a level 1. It shows you different states to obtain that. So like New South Wales, we'll go to our New South Wales volleyball website. Level 2, make sure you tick all of this. Okay, there's these links, you can go on it, complete those courses. But the main one I want you guys to look at is this VA referee log sheet and assessment. So like if I download it, it's just a little log sheet just to make sure people keep track of what they've done. And there's a copy of the assessment sheet which we fill out as a chief referee assessing your game. So minimum 3 first ref, 3 second ref, 2 score, 2 lines. But you can have more, obviously. If you have more, that's great. It just shows to us, oh, this referee is more than ready. Yeah. And then again, if you guys got any issues, please let me know. This can be course related. If it's course related, you can direct that to the course email. If there's anything other than that, then you can just reach my personal, which is chubbynam123@gmail.com. All right, that's the end of the course. I hope everyone had took a bit away from this. I'll send through that email as promised. And if there's any issues, please let me know. Otherwise, I will be ending this live now. And please have some lunch. I know it's been a long day. Yeah, enjoy the rest of it. Stay safe. And I will see you all hopefully at SVL very soon. All right. Peace, guys. Thank you.